other day where they went into a house. She obviously called the police because she thought that there was an intruder.
That was in the UK.
No, so that was in America,
Yeah.
where she thought there was it was obviously filmed on the body cam, fortunately, where they entered into her property, and obviously this was to protect. She called them to protect her, and that's when she had a boiling pot of water on the fire because obviously she was at home. They basically then said to her to take off the boiling water because they saw her as a threat. She actually said, like, she made it very aware that she wasn't trying to harm them, and the police officer still shot her at point blank range. So I think it's not just a UK thing. I think it's a worldwide thing.
I think the difference though between like America and the UK is this is something that's been happening consistently in America to the point, sadly, where it's almost like you're almost used to it. You know, I think racism's been. I think the difference between America and the UK is there was a platform created for Americans to be racist.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Americans are even trying to hide it. Like even when we've been to America, the divide is very evident between black. I mean, I think that it's equal. Like blacks are racist against whites. Whites
I
are
agree.
racist against blacks. I think that they don't want to mix. As if you compare it to the UK. And, you know, obviously you very typically have friendship groups that are made up of Indian and white and black and mixed race and whatever. I think in America, I'm not saying every part of America, but I think that when I went to America anyway, it was black people, white people. It's still very segregated. I don't think they realize it. And I think that in the UK, I feel like there's an impression or an illusion that we're not a racist country, that we all blend together. You know, it's called the mixing pot of the world. You know, everybody goes to school. You know, we haven't had that. You know, where, you know, maybe back in the day, like when Granny and Granddad came, where no blacks, no Indians, no dogs or whatever. But, you know, it's quite far removed. And, you know, I don't think that it's something that people wear as a badge of honor necessarily. In the UK, if they're racist, I think it's something that you'd feel that you very much have to, you know, keep on the down low or whatever. So I think what's interesting is, you know, we've never had the Ku Klux Klan and people like that able to have that free platform.
We had other racist groups, which is what
the
you're
skinheads
seeing.
And stuff.
Skinheads, which is that left group,
yes,
which we saw come up the other day. You know, you saw
With
that,
riots,
but you know, even within our time, there was still, you know, growing up, there was still evident. There was still evidence that we experienced, that you'd walk into a shop, or you'd walk into certain places, or you just wouldn't get certain jobs, even up until you lot were all grown. I think Dominic was about 3 when I started working in this company, and all the black guys there was a ceiling, and even though they performed really highly, they just could not get that promotion. And it was obvious it was because of their color, because people that weren't performing, I mean, they were excellent in their job, you know, when I used to work for that company, but they just could not. And they got frustrated because they knew they were performing and they were striving to get that managerial position, but there was not one black guy in the company that was in managerial position, and they had.
But I think
that's the kind of racism that we're used to.
But that's the thing. I think that society places labels very quickly, and I think for me, raising Ashley as a young black boy, I was so conscious and aware of those labels, and I think that, you know, even now, obviously he's a law student. So in society, that's considered as, you know, you're doing well, and you're not the typical label.
Black boy,
but the fact that so the other day he went to pick up a tennis table that he got off of eBay, and, you know, he went to a really nice area, an affluent area in London, and obviously, you know, the house that he collected it from was a lovely home. You know, obviously the owners of the home do very well. But straight away, that was his opening. You know, I'm a law student. I study at etc. University, which is a good university, and you almost have to go in with that, because I think society, knowingly or unknowingly, has this preconception, or you know, of what a young black male is like, or, you know, what kind of community or family that they belong to. There's already that.
Well, no, I think that a lot of Caucasians are comfortable with other races if they appear colonized.
Yeah.
I think that's the reality, and I think if
you're not a threat to me,
you don't, yes, your skin might be a little bit different, or yes, you might, have different texture hair to me, but you're like me. And if you go back through history, even to Australia, with all the different countries.
But that's a good point you made about that. If you appear colonized, because I remember, taking from years back in the 90s, taking girls with me when I would travel to South Africa, and we would do like tours afterwards, and so many of the girls said to me, oh, they experience racism in the shops. And I said, well, I've never had that, whatever shop I've gone into. But I guess it's that where she looks more colonized, she looks more like us. So
But my husband, Jerome, says that to me. My husband, he says that there's certain problems I will never face because of the shade of my skin. Whereas he's having to, I'm considered as maybe what you'd consider like, acceptable. Or not too far off.
Your colonization is evident because you have white
Nothing's
blood
too
in
threatening.
you.
It's like the texture of your hair, the shade of your skin, and I think it's talking about those real things because I think it is a reality, and I think people do have markers in their mind of what they feel like is a threat and what's not a threat, and I think that there's certain groups or people that will be more targeted or be more labeled, and there is that. I think on the other hand, where, with young people, sometimes the way they carry themselves and the way that they appear, their appearance can appear threatening.
Well, I think as well, like, I think it's really educating our kids. Obviously, you want them to be proud of their ethnicity. And if they're black, they shouldn't feel like they have to straighten their hair or relax their hair to conform to society. And I think society has moved away from that slightly because more women are feeling more and more men are feeling more empowered to be their true selves. And I think as well, like I was sharing this with you the other day, Danny, that even my kids go to private school, and I've seen even the difference between my older kids versus the younger kids. So Ezra's year group and below is very mixed, whereas the older year groups are not as mixed. And there was a time where if your child was in private school, your child would be the only black child, and now I'm seeing that black people are doing better. They're realizing that they can actually have that extra income to pay for their kids to go to school. So even that, there is a generation that's going to be raised where it's not just a Caucasian thing to be privately educated. And so in that, they're going to see different hair textures and different hairstyles and stuff like that. But there is a whole generation that's still quite comfortable if your hair is straightened, if your hair is, styled a certain way, if you're wearing colonized clothing. And the reality is that, I met with my friend Sheikah the other day, and she was wearing this beautiful Ghanaian, traditional, just everyday outfit, and it's so beautiful. And her sister Tucci was there, and she looked really beautiful, and it's so the clothing is so beautiful. And even my friend Valerie, she is in Ghana, and like she mixes very high end Ghanaian fashion with what she's wearing, and it's so beautiful. But is that translatable in how would that be received in Western society?
I want to throw this in, because I think it's I think along the road, I don't think it's recent, I think along the road our narrative has been controlled. When you talk like this, then they say, oh, conspiracy theory, but it's a narrative that controls how we think. And we are controlled by our media. The media feeds people in. Even to the media will show you all the black people that's going to prison or that's committed crimes. So then our narrative is, I believe, from way back before even we got into the type of media that we have today, and even more so now. Our narrative, our thinking has always been controlled. How they want people to steer is what they feed us into. Hence all the riots and all the stuff that's been going on, because what are people writing from? Where did you get your information? Because we don't know anything is factual.
But I think that's the media as a whole, though. They control what it is that they want you to believe.
But who's telling the media what to feed the public?
Even with COVID, like when they were ready to be done with it, it was just gone.
The media done it.
It was just gone. And I think with the riots, I mean, I remember walking in our local town centre. I think it was the day that they were supposed to riot, and they kind of warned everybody. There was a warning that went out from a Telegram group, I think, they'd listed all these different places around the country. And I remember, because I went to just get some food, and I got to M&S, and all the shops were like barricaded. The whole town was like a ghost town. And there was that element of fear a little bit, because it was just me and my daughter. So it was just her and her pushchair. And I was thinking, my thought was, if someone attacked us right now, like
you're on your own.
You guys were on the youth retreat. I was literally by myself, and I'm like,
why am I here?
What does that look like? And and it really kind of made me think that, you know, our grandparents' generation, like, they had to live with that every single day. You know, just to go from A to B. You don't know if you're going to be attacked, if you're going to be verbally abused, if you're going to be racially, like, that is a heavy weight to carry. Like, where you literally
that's your everyday norm.
That's your everyday.
It's not like this one-off occasion where there's going to be a riot. But this was everybody. This was people's, whether you were Chinese, anything that didn't look like the typical. You'd be scared. You don't walk down the street alone at night, or you know, because there was always that where people would, you know, they go around and bash you up.
But I think the fear is that there's such a level of lawlessness in our society that people will feel no way to harm, to take life, to attack, to abuse you verbally. Like, there's just literally like no moral standard, I think, anymore, where people just are almost free to do whatever they want to do. And I really feel like it stems from the children that are being raised and the way that they're being raised. And I mentioned to you guys before, I was in the high street yesterday, and like, I'm in my car getting ready to leave the car park, and this girl is literally screaming back at a car like, F off, and I was like, who on earth are you speaking to like that? And she continued to kind of hurl this abuse from across the car park.
This is a grown
woman. As she's walking away, she looks like about 19. So I'm like waiting now, because I want to know who's in that car. Like, is it your boyfriend? Like, who's going to come out, emerge from the car? And it was her mum that emerged from the car. And I was like, horrified, because I'm like, we wouldn't even have the audacity to think it, let alone say it and shout it for everyone to know. Like, have you lost your mind? Like, literally. And like, I was just like, when did we get to this place, like, where there's literally zero respect, like zero moral standards, like?
But it's that narrative, isn't it? It's I remember when they started attacking the parents. You're not allowed to smack your kids. And do you remember the media? It was like so much child helpline. Do you remember? I mean, you guys remember seeing the adverts, child helpline. If you're abused, you know,
the parents that need to call now.
No, they need
a parent helpline.
Yeah, there needs to be a parent helpline. But then, because I was in school still when. Can you imagine? Yeah. I was still in.
Parents like,
there really is. I remember watching a documentary, and this woman, she's like, I'm actually scared for my kids to come home from school. Yeah. Her son, I think at the time when they were doing it, he was about 10 maybe, and he would hold a knife to her throat. He would beat her up. She was petrified. No, but hold on. Where did that narrative come from?
No, but it starts. Guys,
they tied the parents' hands.
Do you think Maya and Kayla would tie my hands? if I get out of this,
you know, there was that threat to the parent that you will get punished.
But I think this whole woke society, you're not woke. Like the reality is, my 3-year-old is not going to threaten me. My 10-year-old.
But there are children that are.
Take accountability as a parent. The reality is, your responsibility is to train that child and teach that child manners, respect, being a good product in society, all of that. It starts at home.
But that's the thing. How does a racist become a racist? Like,
that's what I'm saying. It's what you hear.
It's learned behavior.
Because
like
these
a child
people
is never
in
born
these
racist.
riots didn't just wake up.
Well, you saw, but you saw some of the riots where some of the videos that were being kind of shown around on social media, where it was the mum's like there while the child's like kicking a young person and like verbally abusing a young person. And people were saying, like, how are you not ashamed?
But also,
like, you've taught them this. Like,
but also people are saying, when did these racist people become racist? Because
they were always racist.
Exactly. No, but this
is
what the riots have brought to the attention of everybody. This is my work colleague Tom, who, you know, always offers to give me the coffee. It's my, it's my boss Sue. Do you understand? The only difference was that the riots gave people that were racist a platform to feel like they could and it's really that herd mentality, isn't it? Where when I feel like I can hide in the pack, and
because no one's brave enough to stand alone.
It shows what's truly in your heart. You know, at the end of the day, like, you couldn't tell me to go riot against nobody for because of the color of their skin. Like that's the reality.
But your dad always says this: you never know if you're a thief until you're tempted. You know, everyone can say, "No, I'd never steal," but put £100 on the table. And you think no one's watching, and he did that time. Remember, he actually sellotaped a £50 note, and he came back and it was gone, even after he made that statement. So you know, you never know what you are until you're in that situation. Then you're able to, if you own it, step back and look, well, that just came out of me. No one made you that. Well, however you're responding, that was in there somewhere. So we don't suddenly become a racist because, everyone's doing this thing. If it's in you, it will come out in that environment. You know, so I think what we're seeing of people is really what was inside their heart to begin with.
And I think that the racism that we really typically experience in the UK is a denial of racism. So it's very similar to the kind of racism that I experienced in Australia. So I'd go to get my hair blow dried, for example, which I've always done from teenage years. And it's not a preference. Sometimes I feel like wearing my hair straight. Sometimes I like it curly. I equally like both. And every single time I'd go to get my hair blow dried, it'd be like, oh, you must feel so much better now. Wow. You know, and I'd be like, you know, and initially, like when they'd first go to do my hair, it was like almost like this science project, like, oh, you know, I don't know how it's gonna go, you know. And then when they start blow drying my hair's actually very easy to blow dry. Oh, that actually turned out. And what have you done to your hair? Have you relaxed it? You know, whatever.
I actually had a guy in this country who was a hairdresser. He used to come to our church, and he would not accept. I said, "You're very ignorant of the black culture. We're all very mixed. You know, there's all different types of." And he would just not. He's like insisting on telling me, your hair's you must have straightened it. There's no way your hair's like this. And I'm like, you're just showing that your ignorance. You don't know anything about our cultures.
But it's that kind of racism that I feel like is more damaging, because you all swear down that you're not racist.
But I think it's that almost like silent racism. I think that is that you
this country's
have these
always
thoughts,
had that, though.
you have opinions. And I think, like you said, until there is a platform that you can kind of jump on the bandwagon, I think it's having an honest realization and conversation with yourself. Like, would you be happy for your child to marry somebody of a different race? I think those are the kind of things that you need to ask yourself. Like, and I think that's where it's proven or not. Like, you know, and I think even
I think that there are people that are happy for their child to marry a different race.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do. And I don't think that necessarily, but then I think that they're like, even with my mother-in-law, it was when I was pregnant that she was like, oh, I wonder what colour they're going to be. You know, it's all those things where I'm like, well, does it matter? You know, and like, oh, they don't have fuzzy hair.
Fuzzy.
That's what they said. Like, first of all, that's not a hair texture.
Wow.
You know, and so, like, and people would stop me in the pram with Maya and be like, oh, she's so fair, and like, you know, like confused or whatever. And you know, even like, you know, oh, people will probably think you're the nanny, ha 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 ha.
Oh, wow.
You know, things like that. And yeah, and it's just those kind of things where that is so incredibly racist and also just inappropriate. And I think that and I think that we saw that, and I got very offended when the whole Meghan Markle and Harry thing came on, and Pierce Brosnan, not Pierce, what's the guy? Piers Morgan, so vocal with, oh, you know, the royal family's not racist. Mate, first of all, you're white.
Yeah.
You've got no room to decide. Like Jerome said to you, there's certain struggles you will never know. And I think that, you know, how we all know the royal family's racist. It's inbred. Like, of course they're racist. What? Because they take some photos or whatever. Like, of course they're racist. Like, why are we surprised by these things? And it's just having that honest conversation. Like, racism doesn't always have to be that you're lynching someone. You know, racism is that, you know, go take the daughter. What's her name? The Prince William's daughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it Charlotte? Whatever.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Take her and find a solid black African man and see whether the royal family's racist. No colonization whatsoever. Straight from Nigeria or Ghana or Sierra Leone, and let's see whether the royal family's racist. Of course it's not. They would kill him first before he got to even touch her. And that's the reality, that we're in denial. And I think the first step to actually getting over racism is to actually understand that you're racist. You know, and even with my husband, you know, there was certain comments he would make when we got married about, you know, Lebanese or Aboriginals that he didn't deem as racist, but things like, oh, you know, all of them are alcoholics, or all of them whatever. because that's what he's been taught, that's what he's been raised. And I said, name me 10 Aboriginals that you know. This one knows this one. This one.
That narrative.
You don't know anyone, but you're now you know the whole of the culture. And I think the reality is that that's how it starts. In like, my husband, obviously he's not married to a white woman. He's married to me. You know, he loves black people and all different types of people. But I had to correct him and say, Jason, these are things that have been put in you. You can't make those kind of statements and I'm constantly correcting him where he will say things. I'm like, baby, you can't say that. That's actually very racist. And he'd be like, how's it racist? I was like, how is it not? Like, you can't make those statements.
But I think that's the thing. I think even amongst, because I remember Jerome's mom, like, she was like so dead set on him not marrying an African. That was like, and I think Caribbeans, and it's
that's that
generation.
It's communicated.
Well, she used to call them. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. But it was like a really derogatory, because it's.
But then Granny used to call white people devils.
Yeah, and I think it's that thing where, you know, they're obviously trained that this is your particular way, like in the Caribbean culture. Like, obviously now in like these generations, like, people are mixing and you know, marrying into different races and cultures and etc. But for that generation, and you see how, if that's passed on, and if that generation and our generation adopted that, we're just going to keep passing it on. And I think at some point it's got to be like, okay, we change the narrative of what that looks like for our kids.
I think there's an honesty that has to happen. Does that make sense?
And so actually that's
how would I feel if my
to the point where he was so afraid to bring home an African, because he knew his mum would like finish her, because that was it was very known in the household that we don't mix with Africans, like that's not something that we do. And I think
And vice versa. Yeah, I know African friends. I've got lots of African friends who, if you were to bring home, not even someone from the Caribbean, someone from a different African country or even a different tribe, that would be very frowned upon. So this is what I'm saying. Racism isn't just for a set group of people, but I think that it's for people to understand and start actually questioning the biases that have been placed inside of them. Like with Jerome, there will be things that has been put in him, and we were raised with those, you know, Granny's generation would just say things that and it was just so inappropriate. And you know what I mean? And ignorant. You know, and I remember saying to Granddad once, but Granddad, you could pass as African. Like, you can see the heritage. You know? And he gets so offended with me. But it's like, but Granddad, you can't say stuff like that.
That's that narrative that's been passed down. Because I remember saying to your my husband's mum, who was black, his mum's black, his dad's white, and I remember saying to her, you know, your descendants are from Africa. She got so mad and offended with me for saying that.
Why?
But then it's even within the West Indian culture you have racism, because I remember going to St. Vincent with my husband, and we met with some of his relatives, and they look me in the face and said to me, "Oh, you're quite pretty for a darkie." And and this was a black person saying that to me. So I know, even forget outside of cultures, within even our culture, there is that racism. There is that thing about the shade of your skin, you know, below a certain level. And I've seen that everywhere, even like going to South Africa, which again, I think was one of those things that made you, you know, separated you, because you had the colours, which was like you guys' complexion, and then they said it depended on your hair, so that you would fall into the category of coloured because of the texture of your hair, the complexion. Then if you were darker and you just had the fuzzy hair, as you called it,
I hate that word.
I know, then you were regarded as black, so you had the blacks, the coloureds, and the whites, so you were treated accordingly based on what you look like. So you find that within every society, every culture, every nation, there is those levels of racism. There is the ones, okay, the colours are a bit more acceptable than the blacks, and you find that, you know, certain countries, if you go to like the Middle Eastern countries, if they're dark, they were slaves, they regarded them or treat people with darker skin like they're slaves, you know.
But also I think that there was a superiority that came from ignorance, you know, like a lot of people thought that, okay, they must be illiterate because they can't speak English or whatever. Meanwhile, like a lot of African countries actually can speak multiple languages, like 3 or 4 or 5 languages. So they're actually highly intelligent. And I think that there's been a stigma put through. And to be honest, I think if we go back to our schooling system, we're spending so much time infiltrating our children as to, are you a boy, are you a girl, are you nothing, are you whatever? And, you know, that's the least of our concerns or our worries. The reality is, you know, you're talking about a minority, not a majority in terms of that topic, which I'm not going to go into. But the reality is you are going to meet someone in the UK that is either black, white, Chinese, Indian, whatever. And I just feel like there's not enough education on racism and overcoming racism. And that's so
interesting, you know, what something that's that important is ignored, and then the whole focus and emphasis is put on sexuality.
But I think acceptance looks so different today. Like what's deemed as being inclusive, I think is so different, because I think there is, the focus has shifted, and I think it's an agenda that actually lets focus on sexualization and sexual preference, and, you know, what you identify as, and we're not actually going back to the core, because you know, at the end of the day, how does that take precedent over of the color of your skin and where you're from and things like that? Like that should be the focus of acceptance. You know, let me actually learn and embrace your culture, like actually educate our children's minds in that sense. Like I think that's so much more valid, and that's so much more important that you know, you're going to go to school with, you're going to mix with people from all different walks of life, you know, from all different cultures, like,
and you know,
embrace that.
Yeah, but where that would really take a turn is if the education system across the world would educate,
well, that's the thing,
and communicate history correctly.
But that's the thing, some schools don't even. So I know Ashley growing up, they never celebrated Black History Month. No. That was never something that was introduced into their schools.
No, but even in the school that my kids go to, like, I challenged it where they do celebrate Black History Month, but the person that's running it is white.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring in a black person.
Like,
that's going to give the facts.
And so they said, you know, next year you can head it up. And I was like, ugh. But it's like, how can you teach Black history? Like, you can teach Black history.
Yeah.
And I think that's where this is where we've gone wrong. We can teach Black history, but actually, like, when you wear braids in your hair, what does that mean? Like, is it just now a style that everybody should be copying or doing or whatever? Like, even Kayla, she cornrows her hair, whatever, and her friends have started doing it. I'm like, Kayla, you need to educate them that it's not like it's just, you know, it actually means something. When women would braid their hair, when they would do all of that, it actually has symbolism behind it and stuff. And, you know, it's a part of a culture. And even you know, dreadlocks and things like that, like it's part of a culture.
Well, I remember having to educate in Ashley's school when he was younger, because they have a policy about like the cutting level of a boy's hair.
Yeah.
So obviously boys are not supposed to have like shaved hair.
Yeah.
You've made a whole policy based on a white person's hair type. Yeah. That's the reality. Let's call it for what it is.
Yeah.
So obviously he would go as a black child. You have a fade, so it's obviously low.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, one of the teachers made a comment that actually it's too low.
Yeah.
I went crazy on them because I'm like, are you actually right? Like, you've actually not educated yourself.
Yeah.
That's such an ignorant, your policy is ignorant. And your whole, like, you've not included, there's so many different people with different hair textures and types.
A black girl's hair is not going to be styled like a white girl's
And I said, I'm not changing it. So I must now have some decrepit, wild looking child because he's got to now conform and grow his hair to have a particular level of hair to meet your policy. No. And I made them change it because I was like, it's so outdated.
Yeah.
And it's so ancient. You're actually not trying to include.
Yeah.
And it's you.
But
and
they don't even know that they're doing it, and that's the thing.
But
it's like
that's what I'm saying. What we need to include that in the curriculum.
Policies made? What's the group that you were looking at?
Yeah.
When you came up with all of that.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. That if you're of a Caucasian descent, you're not going to know about like wrapping hair and bonnets or whatever, all of that stuff.
Well, I see them
like
doing it now.
I see
them doing it now. White girls have just realised, the bonnets.
Well, exactly. There's a lot of things that we do that is actually very transitional. But what I'm saying is that I think that those are the conversations that we need to be having in schools, reading books together. You know, there's a lot of books for black girls about like loving their hair and loving their hair texture, and even like wearing bonnets to sleepovers and beds and everything else. But these are books that need to be read by everyone, not just the black girls, not the little black girls, not the little black boys. These are things that need to be read. I know for me, even growing up as a mixed race girl, it was having friends from other cultures and having African friends, having, you know, black friends, having whatever. They're the ones that taught me how to wrap my hair, you know, and so it's all of those things that when we actually and also what's appropriate, like it was having friends that are Nigerian that, you know, not to walk into a room and just, hey, you know, it's all of those things, like teaching etiquette in schools. Like I think that's so important. Like what is actually deemed as okay in certain cultures is not okay in other ones, you know. So it's there's so many different things, and I think that there's so much work we've got to do as a culture and as a society. And not even just, we've spoken a lot about black people today, but what's that program that I watched the other day? Was it Honor?
Yes, Honor
on Netflix. And it's about this was she Turkish?
No, she's Kurdish.
And she was Kurdish, and obviously in Kurdish culture there was quite a lot of restrictions on who she can date or whatever, and she basically, you're not supposed to marry in like for love. No. Like you're not supposed to be, I think, as a woman, putting yourself in a position where it's like a pleasurable thing. Marriage is not supposed to be pleasurable. It's supposed to be a duty. And so she basically fell in love with somebody, and
she was married first.
She was married first
to her cousin.
Yeah, and he was very abusive, like raped her and everything. And she'd been going to the police, and I think this is a true story. She went to the police, I think, 7 times. 6 times on different occasions, and they failed her every single time. She ended up basically being killed by her family members and raped, I think, as well.
Really awful.
Really awful way she died.
They buried her in. I mean, kudos to the police officer that led the investigation, because she really, I mean, she didn't stop. She even, she went to Iraq and actually she changed the law basically and had them extradited from Iraq, and which was the first time it's ever been done. But this girl lived such a life of abuse, and she lived in so much fear. She basically gave a list of everybody that her killers, and she told the police, this is who's done it. You know, if I'm gone, and she knew she was gone. And they also threatened to kill the guy she was in love with, and he ended up having to go into police protection, and he ended up committing suicide, unfortunately, because he was so obviously isolated. And then her sister also had to go into witness protection because she obviously spoke out and testified at the court hearing. But I think it was just so sad that the police, there was 2 aspects to it. The police obviously failed her terribly in this country, and had that been a white person, would it have been a different outcome? That's what's interesting. Like, you know, I remember when that police officer killed that girl, I think it was during lockdown. Do you remember when she was walking home? I can't remember her name, Sarah something. And it was like this flooded the media. But if that had been a person of colour, or, you know, would that have had the same response? And I think, you know, the police are failing, you know, people of colour every single day. And I think, you know, she gave them everything to help her, and they chose not to. And I think it was so sad from the police's perspective that they did fail her, you know, and how many women are in that same situation. You know, there are Kurdish communities, and even there was like a liaison, like a police liaison, and she said to them, you're going to find her dead. Like, you're not going to find her alive, because she understood her people. She understood that this is the culture. And they were like, no. And she was like, she's dead. Like, there's no way that they're going to let her live. And I think that, you know, it's about everyone opening their eyes and stop disregarding and understanding that actually, you know, there are people in this country of all different walks of life. And actually, if somebody says, I need help, don't disregard it.
But I think that's why people like Piers Morgan and those people are so dangerous.
Yeah, because they have a major platform.
Because they have a major platform, and you're actually speaking about something you don't know and that you've never experienced. And to almost allow people to feel like, oh yes, that was just made up. Like, yes, of course we're not racist, whatever. It's really, really damaging. And I think that we are failing from the top. Like, even Labour's cabinet, where's all the black people? Do they not exist? Are they not in politics? Like, I mean, I know we've gone from Rishi, but come on. And I said to my husband, I said, if you want to see this country unite, put an Indian prime minister in power, they'll vote for whoever the next person is. And so I think that the reality is that we are a racist country. And it's not going to stop until it starts coming from the top. And until our top leadership starts changing, and where police start being held accountable. Like, for me, that young black girl that was strip searched at school because they thought that she had, while she was on her period, because they thought that she might have contraband on her. The way I'd have finished that school if that was my daughter, completely traumatized. I said, what happened to that?
Did you see that Linford Christie interview?
No.
So when he was obviously in his prime, and he was obviously, I think he won a gold.
Yeah, I mean,
at the
for
Olympics.
those that don't know who Linford Christie is,
well, he actually done this interview recently.
Yeah, he was a runner.
And he basically said that instead of it being like, it was obviously at that point, it was like groundbreaking. He was like the first black, I think, UK male to win a gold at the Olympics. And he said what was so sad is that instead of them focusing on obviously his achievement, the Sun basically ran a piece that basically focused on his male genitals.
Okay, yes.
So they made that the headline.
Because of the type of shorts that they were running in.
No, but they really like pushed that narrative. And he said to the point where women would come up to him and just grab him. Grab his pipe.
Wow.
He said it was so bad. And so they basically then interviewed. So this is obviously years later. He's much, much older. And they interviewed the editor of The Sun at that time, I think it was. And he was like, oh, no. Like, he was so nonchalant with it and just so dismissive with it. And he's basically like, oh, no. Like, it was good press. Like, there's no bad press. And Linford Christie on the other side was like, no, this was, like, so, humiliating for him. And he's like, his kids saw this, and his kids grew up having to see this. And he's like, how humiliating for him. And he said it went on for years. Yeah. And he said it took away from actually his achievement. It goes back to what I said, it's that
narrative where, and that we've got to get away from this, where we are allowing the media to think for us. Yeah. We are a generation today that do not think for ourselves. Whatever the media says, we take it as gospel.
The editor of The Sun was like, he was so dismissive, and he was like, basically, I done you a favor by running you on the cover of, it doesn't matter what the headline is. It doesn't matter that you were like basically groped and sexually assaulted.
Yeah, but that goes back to human zoos that we used to have in this country.
Yeah, oh gosh,
where they used to, most people don't realize this. I showed Maya and Kayla the other day and they were like, oh, but in this country, there used to be human zoos where they would take women and they would be standing there naked because of their, obviously black women usually have bigger hips, they're more voluptuous, breasts, bum and everything, and they would be on display, children would be on display naked so that people
there was a documentary that we had on that where they had little children that they'd taken from Africa, from villages, and they put them in like this fenced in area and you had all these English people just staring at them, touching them, like, and just like treating them like they were a pet, and they were just, would look at their teeth and just like fascinated because these animals, they were regarded as animals. But it's that narrative that's being communicated, that misinformation that the press continually perpetrates, and no one can challenge them because they own the control of what is put out there. So we're constantly, this is a generation, and I know we're focused on all the technology and kids growing up with the social media and all of that, but we have to challenge, if we want to change things, we have to challenge what information and begin in fact we may not even be able to change what the media feeds us, but we still got our brain.
We have to be the filter.
We still have to think for ourselves and do our own research, because they're never going to put things like that out there. They're never going to give you the truth and the actual facts. The media's going to spin whatever whoever's above them is telling them to spin, because you notice when certain things are out or certain things happen based on who it is. For example, we're not picking on the royal family, but when they want to shut something down, every media across the board shuts down.
I don't understand how everyone, talking about the royal family, I don't understand how everyone's so ignorant. Like, it's so blatant for me. Like, they do not post anything to do with Meghan and Harry, and if they do, there's always a negative twist on it.
No, but it's because, and it goes back to that thing where people don't realize that there's that level of racism until something's actually where everyone's on the bandwagon. And I think the reality is Meghan and Harry have been completely villainized and made to be, she's the one that's she's fame hungry,
she's this awful person.
And I think that, like you said, the media have painted this picture, and I think people feel like because the media runs with it, and you have all these like keyboard warriors behind a screen writing derogatory comments about her, and it's easy to say things when you're not saying it to somebody's face.
Well, but I think people feel empowered awful. I think it's absolutely awful. I think the media is awful because excuse me, when you look at they know the power they have to destroy a life or to put somebody up on a pedestal.
Yeah.
I'm not justifying people like Philip Schofield, what he's done, but the media will drive somebody to.
Well, what's that one that used to present Love Island? Oh gosh, what's her name? Well, she committed suicide.
Yeah.
They when they're ready to kind of perform a witch hunt, they do.
Yeah.
And they very much steer, and they're relentless. And apparently, this country's got the worst
media
paparazzi in the world, where they just have there's no limit.
Yeah.
And I just think that we've really got to filter and choose what we actually accept. I think.
Yeah, but also like realize that the media is not gospel. So what's being put on our news screens, like read between the lines. The reality is,
they know the majority of the country, not the majority of the country. They know that there is a large percentage of people that are ignorant and probably not very well educated. So they know that they have a core of people that they can feed stuff into. And I don't know if you remember, there was this guy, he used to be a Blue Peter presenter way back. It might have been between when you lot stopped watching things like Blue Peter, but I can't even remember what his thing was. It was something sexual, and the media villainized him. I mean, he
him on the went to prison.
I can't remember. I don't think he went.
Not Ralph Harris.
No, it wasn't Ralph Harris. He was a Blue Peter presenter.
Okay.
I forget his name. Scottish guy.
Okay.
I never heard of him since, because the media, by the time they finished with him,
yes, I think I know who you're talking about.
You can't even probably pop your head up to go to the shops.
Yeah.
And the people that do things like that, could they live with that if that was them? That was on that, that was being done to what they do to people. Can any of them live with that?
Yeah.
And it's all very well, we have these conversations about individual, but who out there is without sin? Basically, who out there, while we're judging other people, who out there is actually without sin? Who is there? Which one of us can say that my life is so clean, there is nothing in my life that the media could use to destroy me? Everybody's got something that the media can take and destroy if we put your stuff out there. And I think we need to, I go back to saying we need to use our brain and think for ourselves and stop just eating the narrative that's being fed to us. And it's being fed to us for a purpose. It's to steer us. You mentioned the herd mentality, but there is that herd mentality that the media and whoever is the higher powers that control the media are saying, steer the population this way, steer the population that way. And more now we're seeing the narrative is not just for the UK, it's a narrative that is being communicated worldwide. And they keep feeding things in, like there's this new disease now that they're trying to give momentum to.
Is it from a sloth? Is it?
What is it?
The one from a sloth? Is that the one?
I don't know. It begins with
They said it's again. It started in Africa. Everything starts in Africa. But maybe it starts in Africa because they go to Africa and infect people. Because I remember what's the one that that went from Bill Gates wanted to go to Africa to trial and do experiments on children and people in Africa. Why? Because they can infect you there and then say, oh, this disease came from Africa, it came from monkeys, and all this kind of narrative, because they want people to believe a certain way.
Well, I think as well, like, we have to bring back empathy and we have to bring back compassion, and even the most heinous of crimes,
we're
and even the most heinous of whatever.
World.
Like, when I see, things like that, I always think of, even if the person that has done that thing, is as guilty as whatever and deserves whatever,
they're still a human being.
They have a family attached to them. They have a mother, or they have a wife, or they have somebody whose life has been left devastated by the the consequences of
here's a really bad narrative that's going around at the moment. There's an Australian girl that did the breakdancing.
That's so bad.
Yeah, but everybody is running jokes on her. She's still a human being.
She actually done a thing begging basically for people to leave her alone.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I mean, like, gosh, you know,
okay, put yourself out there.
No, but like she did put herself out there. But you know, I think that, you know, okay.
But is that
clearly,
any reason?
You know, you made your point now.
But is that any reason to be so unkind? You know, yes, she put herself out there, and whoever entered, you guys are laughing. Whoever entered her into that competition,
it was just you know, she doesn't have people around her that love her. I think that's what it is, because yes,
that's not nice.
No, I don't think you should repost. But I think that, you know, also...
be honest, did you Google? I Googled.
No, I saw... So my friend Beck actually posted it, and I was like, is this real? Like, what is this? You know, and obviously she said that she was trying to... I don't know what she was trying to do.
She was trying to express, like, her surroundings. That's why she was doing the kangaroo.
Somebody should have vetted her dance routine or whatever it's meant to be before it went out.
Do you know what? That's one thing.
No, but okay, there's the laugh. Okay, it was, you know, we don't take away from.
Though? You know, I'm laughing. I'm not even laughing at her. Her friend's a bad mind. Like, you know what I mean? Her friend's a bad mind, because that's one thing with our culture, right?
Someone's tell you the truth.
Someone's gonna tell you to sit down. You know, like.
Yeah. But even so everyone has a laugh. But do we need? And
no,
this is where we're abusing social media, because you have a laugh about it. Okay. It looks funny, but do people need to keep posting on using social media for that?
They've added sound effects, so they've taken away
and they make things memes.
Yeah, they made it.
We live in a meme generation where it's mean.
Like, it's very mean.
No, meme.
It's mean. We do live in a mean, MEAN, mean generation.
I know, I do. I think that you've got to really but then I feel like
but not everybody's thick skin. Some people can laugh.
But I feel like if you're going to put yourself in the public eye, you've got to have a bit of a thicker skin, because you are opening yourself up to judgment. And you know, the reality is there's really cool people in this world,
very much.
And I think the reality is people can hide behind a computer screen, a phone, etc., and just take you to pieces. You know, in the comments.
I think social media has become its own.
It's evil.
Like it's honestly,
it's
like social media is like
that will drive somebody to suicide.
Yeah.
You know,
no, 1,000,000%. And I think that you're seeing more and more kids. Like I think I was reading about one yesterday where, you know, they obviously traced this young person. I think they were like 10. They traced the person's, like, obviously footprints on the internet, where they obviously searched for the suicide site, how to carry out the suicide. And it's just really sad, because you know, there was a lot of, obviously, you know, the research that this child went into, because they felt like this was the only option based on, you know, the abuse and things that they had been, you know, that they had been on the receiving end of via social media. And I think it goes back to with the racism, with all of this stuff, like, what are we teaching our kids? And, you know, kindness is so underrated. And I think, you know, it's in everything that we do, like, just be kind. Like,
no, but I think as well, like, it's not just looking on your kids' devices for the bullying that they might be receiving.
Are they doing
it? Are they doing it?
Yeah.
And, like, I know, like, even Kayla can be very bossy. And she's very much like you, how you were when you were growing up.
Oh wow.
Daddy was like Miss Hurricane are very similar. And I know my child. Does that make sense? So she was like, you know, the other day, I didn't have any friends. I was talking to me. I said, you're reaping your harvest. I said, you need to go back and humble yourself. I said, I'm telling you now, before I send an email, I said, I'm wording it in a way that I'm still covered, because I know you and I know my child. You've been doing things that you're not supposed to. You've been, you know, keeping to yourself. She'll never do anything horrible, but it'll be things like, we're doing this game.
She told me the other day, she was like, there's a particular guy, I think is there a set of twins?
Yes.
And one of them's got quite annoying.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Kayla, we me too.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
She said she follows him around.
Yeah. And so I said, is that how you want to be treated? So don't come to me when it's now happening to you. And I think that as well as parents, we need to be the police where we call out the behaviors, because if your child is the one bullying another child, cyberbullying or whatever, there will be evidence on their phone. And you know, it's how you deal with that. Do you just see that and go, oh, okay? Or do I'm driving you to their house, you're bringing a package, you're saying, having a thank. By the time I'm finished with you, even if the person is every meme possible, you'll think twice, because the way I will finish you in the way that you're dealing with them, they will think twice. And I think as parents, we have to be vigilant with what's going on.
If the parents are mean themselves and they're not going to see something wrong with that as a behavior that needs to be corrected.
And I think that's the thing. I think certain things are learned behavior. So if you're sitting at home gossiping, talking about, slandering,
being mean to other people,
you know, and they're like, I remember one child in our church, and she came to me and she's like, oh, my mum and daddy were talking about you. Yeah, and I was like, wow, like, shame, first of all.
Wow.
But secondly, like, actually, you actually have a thing where you, and anyway.
Wow.
But I just think it's like, you have to, like, why would you feel like that's okay? Like, your children are watching you. They are susceptible to everything that you talk about. You know, and these things are learned behaviors, and you might not think you're doing it in a malicious way, but why do you feel like you need to talk about people first of all? Like, find like, there's so many things that as a couple you could talk about. Why make other people,
because you haven't got anything going on in your own life.
And I just think you know, it's just so sad that actually this is people's reality, and it's stemming from the foundations of their home, which unfortunately is the parents. And you know, we have to do better. Like, we have to be more conscious of actually what we're exposing our kids to, the conversations that we're having, the behaviors that they're observing. Like, we have to do better.
They're learning that.
They are learning. And, you know, knowing that, I know with Roman, for example, he's very much a visual learner. So anything that he sees you do, he's gonna copy it. Like, if he sees like a dance routine on
all
TV,
children are visual learners.
Yeah, but he picks it up. He's literally like a sponge. Like, he'll pick it up,
because they learn
it.
from what they see more than what you say.
Exactly.
So kids are visual learners to begin with. And so if there's bad behavior, where did that come from? They didn't accumulate that all by themselves. It's where they see your lack of discipline, your gossiping, and even if you think, well, they're in another room, they hear.
Children listen.
They listen.
But I think as well that there's a generation that's being raised without the eyes of parents. So there's a generation that's being raised where the parents have got no eyes on them. So they're also, because there's some kids that are being raised with great parents, but then who's raising them is not their parents. It's social media, it's what we're watching, it's the people. Like, I was having a conversation with Sam the other day, and she said she was at the park, and there was a 9-year-old little girl who was sobbing, crying, and, you know, she kind of, you know, it was like really loud, she said, and she was at the park with her kids, her husband, and so she went over to the little girl and said, you know, are you okay? And she said, my sister's left me, I don't know where she is, I'm by myself, or whatever, just sobbing, crying. So obviously Sam's like, what do? I don't want to put myself in a position, but then I also don't want someone else to come along and take advantage of this little girl. So she said, would you like me to help you find your sister? So she introduced her, said, this is my husband, these are my children, you know, just so you know. And she's like, do you feel safe for me to accompany you to look for your sister? She said, yes, I feel safe. So they're walking, looking for the sister. She said, you know, describe your sister. And then Sam said she remembered the sister being there. She remembered, you know, seeing her at one point, and she had the little brother with her. And she said that as they're walking, the little girl's like, oh, that's my sister there. She's in a bush with some boy. But the little brother's also there as well. Sam says she doesn't know what was going on. The boy comes out of the bush or whatever. He's, you know, she said that she was so angry with the situation, but she also was like, I don't know what this situation is. She had the boy looked about 16, 17, and she asked the girl how old she was. She was 14. So obviously, clearly, she's supposed to be looking after her younger sibling, two her younger siblings, 9, and the little boy looks about 3 or 4.
Oh, wow.
So I hope it's just that she's felt like she can't leave the 4-year-old, so she's taken him along with whatever she's doing. I hope that it was something that she was doing rather than anything was being done to him. But you know, the point is that she's going to go home that evening. Mum's not going to be none the wiser. Mum's probably at work or whatever. You've got a 14-year-old daughter. Look after your siblings or whatever. But now, what are those siblings seeing? How did that girl get involved in that? Do you get what I mean? She's obviously not doing what she's supposed to be doing. And the reality is, as parents, we will just go on our happy way, none the wiser, not seeing, you know, you don't know if that boy, because Sam said he was on his phone, his device or whatever, you don't know if he's filmed something, you don't know whatever. That then gets posted on all the social media platforms. She then goes into about depression, or the other side is every boy thinks now that she's
easy game.
Is she still dragging her siblings along to these things? What are they seeing? What are they hearing? What are they witnessing, or whatever? And so I just think that the thing is so much bigger, and I think as parents there has to be such an intentionality now in the way that we raise our kids, because that's the sobering reality that's hit me recently, that I can do everything in my power to protect Maya and Kayla and Ezra. I can withhold the phones, I can do all of that stuff, but when they get to school,
what they exposed to,
there's another kid with a phone. There's another kid that can show them something. There's another kid that's going to introduce them to something.
I remember one of the girls had a sleepover, it was their birthday, and one of the other kids brought a device, and it was introducing them to TikTok. When that's not their world, that's not their reality, but there's somebody else as an outsider that's bringing that into your home.
But even that, as a parent, like when my children have people stay over, I prefer for people to stay over at my house so that I can monitor that. And even then, they think they're in the room, but I'm listening, and it was the that I came in. I was like, what is it? And I was like, something's going on. What were you all looking at? And then my children like, oh, this person has this. And then I was able to take the device, which the other parent didn't tell me that the child had.
Wow.
Does that make sense? So you've brought a child into my home with a device, and you've not told me that child has a device. So you've put every child in that room at risk because yes, it was TikTok, but my children don't watch TikTok, and I don't know what you're showing them. And you know, again, being vigilant enough to know something's going on in the room.
Also, I think that, you know, children at that age are not going to be aware of like location services. So if they'd posted a video, for example, with your children, you know, there are people, and I think that's what people have to realize. There actually are people specifically online looking to harm children. And I think, you know, when you're posting your kids out on social media, when you're putting all your business, you form a real footprint. You literally form, like, people can monitor your patterns. They know where you go for walks, they know the parks that you go to, they know your local areas. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to realize that there's actually people that target you know, children and families. And I think I was listening to something the other day where somebody that's like a paedophile that's gonna try and offend, they monitor your patterns, you know. Do you walk home from school?
Whether your kids are out on their own.
How do they, if a child is mean to them, do they cry, or are they like, do they go introvert? Like, at the end of the day, if someone's meaning to do harm, you know, there's people that watch and monitor the patterns of your children. And I think, you know, as parents, we've got to be vigilant. We have to wake up. Like, we actually have to stop putting our children at risk, because some of us put our kids at risk by putting everything out there. All
and in real time, like I never post in real time. So like there's like to the point where I actually forget to post now. Like I'll be on holiday and I don't post anything as it's happening. I always post it much later, or the next day or whatever. It's never as it's happening in real time right there and then. But there was those parents that only found out that their child was being groomed and sexually I don't know what you call it, where they're making them send pictures of themselves because they got a £6,000 phone bill. And that's how they found out that their child has actually been, this person approached them on like a gaming thing or whatever, then started making them send all these different things or whatever. But it again, there's so much in that we have to have these conversations with our kids.
But from a parent's perspective, I'm seeing a generation that doesn't look like they know what they're doing.
At all.
And they
don't ask for help.
They don't ask for help. They don't ask, how do I do this? They go into having children and they automatically think, well, this is all I need to do. Yeah. You give them food, you clothe them, and then you kind of leave them. Yeah. Whereas parenting is so much more than that. And I think if parents today actually think about what does this involve before, it's like nowadays, like, I want a baby, but what are you going to do with the baby? That baby's going to become an adult. What does that look like? How do I bring that child up to be an asset in society and not a burden? Because if I don't think about where I'm leading this child, I have no plan to steer that child. It's more than just bringing a child into the world. It's knowing what to do with them. You know, there were so many times that the things that I did with you guys when you were small, it was information that I learned from my mom, from older women that already had children. How do you get your child to be settled within 6 weeks of you know, them being born? Whereas a lot of generation today, I know we've visited like mums who 10 months in are still having to wake up every hour, every 2 hours. Who can live like that? You know, so we have this whole generation that don't ask questions. They don't have a plan. They're not intentional. And for me, it's like, that intentionality has to be there from day dot. That intentionality. It's not that you're controlling, but you have to steer. They don't know. You know, you've got this blank canvas.
Well, I always say to Jerome, I'm always like, you don't get to be lazy as a parent. Like, that's the one thing you don't get to do.
No.
So he's like, you never sit down. And I was like,
but you don't.
I want to be intentional. Like, I actually want to, like, every opportunity I'm trying to imprint, I'm trying to create memories. I'm like, you know, even when they're in the bath, they're doing their letters, they're doing their colors. Like, at every moment, you know, I'm always reading to them, I sing to them, I you know, pray with them, it's, you know, everything. I'm so intentional.
There is that age bracket where you literally forget watching TV, forget sitting down. The only time I used to watch TV, because I was a full-time I worked full-time and I was raising you guys, and the only time I remember watching any television was on a Saturday while I'm standing there doing ironing. I never sat down at all during the week. You came home, there were things to do. I had to get you lot your dinner, get you lot ready for bed, spend time with you before that, and then by the time that's done, I've only just got enough time to get myself ready, get myself sorted to start the day all over again. But today's generation, I think a lot of it's laziness.
It is laziness.
There's an undisciplined, there's a lazy generation.
It's easy to stick your child in front of a TV and
that's lazy,
and sit on your phone. And like, I have this thing like where when the kids come, like, if I'm on my phone, I'll turn it over, because I don't want them also growing up thinking it's okay to always
that image is imprinting them. Mummy's always got a phone in her hand, daddy's always got so you know, like that visual learning. This is part where we don't even realize that visual learning. So this generation, all they're seeing visually is parents' face buried in a phone. And it's amazing. I think we were going somewhere the other day, and this person was just crossing the road in front of us, didn't even notice. I've left the pavement. I'm now in the middle of the road and my face is buried in the phone. Hello, you can get run over.
I think as well, for like the single parents, I just wanted to encourage them, because obviously for 5 years, Jason was in Australia and I raised 3 children by myself. And, you know, for people, I just felt like that, like, you know, the people are like, well, how am I supposed to be so present and so whatever, and I'm by myself? Like, it's very possible. You know, it meant that I didn't get to go anywhere or do anything because I was protecting my children. But it was a good sacrifice. And I think if we're honest, if we're really honest today, there's a lot of the reason why our children are exposed in the way they do is because we're not willing to let go of some of the things that we should be letting go of. And I think that for me, like Danny said, like this isn't the part that I fail. This isn't the part that I get to fail. Like my children are not guinea pigs. And there's, you know, for the sake of being out with a group of friends or whatever, like I learned to do dinner parties at my house. I learned to bring people to me. And even then, I'm not letting anyone and everyone in my house. Exactly. It's people that are tried and tested and that I know with all surety. But even then, I still would put my kids to bed before people would arrive so that my children are safe in their beds. My house is not the type of house where everyone just goes upstairs when they walk in my front door. Like, I think there's certain things that we can do practically that, you know, it's not just because, oh, I'm West Indian that people don't go upstairs in my house. That's where my children are. That's where their bedrooms are. Like, it's not now a space where everyone can just feel like they're upstairs. You know, there's a lot of abuse that happens in people's houses because it's just a given. Like there's so many areas that you can sit and talk and fellowship, and even with the kids, go play outside in the garden. You know, there's a playroom, whatever. Like but even then, like Danny said, like if my kids have friends over, I'm constantly popping my head in. You know, you know, don't whatever. Presume. You know, and even Maya said, "Oh, mummy, you know, it's creepy when we have sleepovers that you just stand in the room waiting for us to fall asleep." Go to sleep. I'm not sleeping until every single one of your little eyes. Nothing's happening in this room. I stand in the room and I wait till every single one of them. And Maya's like, "Mummy, why do you do that? You don't need to know why I'm doing it. Just go to sleep." You know, and I stand there and I wait.
But I think it goes back to that intentionality where I think, you know, you have to know what it is that you want to achieve in your child. Like, I think have a goal, like, of what do I actually want? And I think that's the thing. People just willy-nilly just say that they want to be parents. Oh, it's cute. It's cute having a baby on Instagram. It's cute dressing up.
They're not a handbag.
They're not a handbag. You know, I love having a girl child. I think she's just, I just am obsessed with her. But I'm so intentional with every, like, the words I speak over her. You know, like I want her to know that she is absolutely, she doesn't need any man to validate her. Like she is, you know, and I think, you know, like I pray over her, I speak over her mind. Like I'm just so intentional because I'm like, you get one shot at this. Like this is it. Like, you know, and I don't want to, I have this saying, and it's been like my, you know, thing that I stand on with all my kids is that I don't want to have to fix you. You know, like I don't want to have to undo the damage. Like I know what that looks like and it's hard and it's a really tough road. And for me, like I really want it to be where you have the best chances in life because you just got to grow up and be whole and you know what wholeness is. It's not a thing that you have to work for. That actually, you know, I'm going to set you up for success from the moment that you're born. So in every aspect, in your mind, in, you know, in your faith, you know, in every aspect, I'm setting you up for success. And I think that takes intentionality. You can't be lazy as a parent when, you know, when it comes to your kids because, you know, if you're not imprinting them, something else will, whether it's the TV, whether it's their friends, whether it's influences from family or whatever it is, you know, something's imprinting them, something's shaping them. And I think you have to be intentional with what that shaping and that molding looks like.
And what it's going to look like up the road. Because, you know, what may be small today, that's going to grow with that child. So, you know, what we're seeding them, what we're allowing them to be exposed to, it may look like insignificant today. You're 5, you're 10 years old. But what does that look like? When you're 20, Ashley, when you're 30.
Like when he was younger, like for me, reading is really important. I think it expands your mind. It fuels your imagination. It has so many benefits to it. And I remember reading was something that I really like instilled in Ashley, where he loved books, he loved reading. I didn't know that he was going to grow up to pursue a career where reading is a huge part of law. You know, he has to read so much, and I think that's the thing. You don't know what the foundation. You don't know what foundations you're laying. You don't know how that's going to manifest itself in their adult life. And I think that you have to be so intentional with who you want your kids to be and who you want them to become.
And I just want to go back a little bit on that safety in the home, and that was something that was in our house. It was like, people don't go upstairs. Raised in a West Indian home, that was private. The upstairs of your house was private, and just going back to putting safety aspects, because some of us can be, too trusting. And even with family members, if it's a male, I remember we had a friend of ours, and the son refers to us as uncle, auntie, and those things that we teach within our culture, that trust element. And I remember that individual coming up to where we lived, and they thought they were going to be allowed to stay in the house. And I was like, hell no, that's not going to happen. I've got girl children in the house. I'm putting you in a hotel. And, it probably would nothing in that person's mind, but I'm not going to wait to find out, what's in you. I don't know what's in you.
Yeah, but I think also there's certain things that we can do as parents. Like, I think most parents actually don't use the parental controls on their kids' devices. And it's something that's very simple to set up. You can do quite quickly and quite easily. So you can put app restrictions on.
But what if they know how to take it off? Because I know that there is a generation, they're pretty smart, and they know how to take it off, bypass it, and they put it back on.
You've got to try and at least set yourself up for success. There are some kids that no matter what you put on their phones, they will override it. But, as parents, like, at least I can say I've done everything that I'm supposed to. Put the Live 360 on their phones so you know where they are. Like, there's also apps where it mirrors their phone. So whatever they can see on their phone, you can see. So every text message that comes through, every phone call, whatever. I think the reality is that we've got
let's break that taboo that
they need privacy.
Yeah.
Like, the
There's
reality
no privacy
is
if you're living in my house.
Are children.
Yeah.
And
even if you're 18, what you're opening into my home affects me in the home.
Well, I think for me, until you're of an age where I know that you have enough sense and enough, know-how to protect yourself, I am going to protect you. That's the reality. And the world that we live in today, whilst you may feel like, I need to give them space, I need to give them privacy. If you're burying them, is that privacy as important? The reality is that there's so many kids meeting up with people that are posing online, and no matter what we say to them, but also there's, for many different reasons, the bullying, what they're searching, it's something so simple.
Children are very curious by nature.
Yes, and the other day I met with a couple of parents who their daughter is, I think, Kayla's age, and a teacher, it turned out, had said something to her about OCD. And she had become obsessed with, like, almost like death and things like that, and it was very much in its seed form. And I think her sister, she mentioned it to her older sister, who mentioned it to me, and then I took it to the parents, and I said, you've given her this device, and now she's able to Google instead of coming to you. And so she had Googled certain things.
That's what we don't realize, that the
Google's
devices
now, it's become the GP, it's become the parent, it's become whatever.
Because isn't that what we all do?
We all self-diagnose.
I know
you do. You do.
We do. Because I
told when Jason's stepdad had a spinal stroke. I told him before the doctors found out what it was. I said, he's had a spinal stroke. And Jason's like, what's a spinal stroke? I said, look. And I showed him my phone.
Based on the symptoms.
All the symptoms. And then, like, about 2 days later, they were like, he's had a spinal stroke. I was like, so I told you, see? Google. Google. But the reality is that Google,
it's not always your friend.
It's not... it's got no, it's not claiming to be a GP. It's not claiming to be a counsellor. It's not claiming to be a psychologist. And so I think that the reality is that where our children would have come to us before, we've got to realize they're not, because they don't have to, because a simple search engine can give me the answers that I'm looking for, and that's opening doors to our kids. So I think that there's certain things that we can do practically to put into our place. Put ring alarms on your door. So if your children are getting home before you and you're at work for whatever reason, they're making their own way, you see what time they leave, you see what time they come home, you see who's coming back with them.
That would have made a world of difference in my day.
Yeah.
Because I remember, knowing, my parents are at their friend's party.
Yeah.
So I knew I had if I can get in 5 minutes before them. But if
it
had
been
they,
a game changer, right?
it would have been a game changer because
Live 360,
and Live 360,
Live 360 plus the ring alarm. You can't override.
I wouldn't have gone nowhere
unless you're going to become Houdini,
because all of it was based on they didn't know. So I could push the boundaries because they didn't have eyes on me like that. Exactly. Even though back then they still had that community thing that had eyes on you, so you never knew their friends, but their friends, some miraculous way, they managed to let their friends know what you look like.
I feel like as a parent though, I feel like you get to cultivate the relationship with your child and the dynamics of it. And I think the fact is that children do things in secret because they feel like it's not going to be you're not going to approve it. And I think that they do things in secret because they feel like they don't have that safe space to be able to communicate particular things with you. And I think it goes back to intentionality. Like, you have to cultivate that relationship and you have to work really hard to make that space for your child where there is a space of no judgment. There is a space of you can come to me with anything, whether it's heavy, whether it's light, whatever it is. Like, I'm giving you that space in a respectful way that you can come to me regardless of what it is, where you can say whatever. And I think culturally we don't have that in parent child relationships. I don't think that's something that's common. And I think you have to be very intentional with that. That was my thing. Like, I really wanted it to be with all my kids that there is that safe space. Like, you can say anything to me. Like, you can, whatever it is that you're feeling, if it's an emotion. But
there's still always that apprehension and fear with children, even when you try to.
No, but I think you have to be.
I'm not saying you shouldn't try.
You have to be intentional.
I think you have to be intentional. But I think one thing that parents have to realize as well is their brain is still a child. So, as much as you can create that safe space, as much as you can create that whatever, it's creating those moments where I understand that someone can override this. And so one thing that what you're talking about, Danny, is one thing I've tried to do very intentionally is give them the tools of what that overriding would look like. Does that make sense? So whilst you have this open relationship, that is also, like you said, with a paedophile and things like that, if they know that that's a thing, they're going to target that. And they're going to do everything in their power to sever that relationship. Oh, your mum's really strict. Oh, she doesn't let you do anything. Like, if you were like, whatever, they're going to target that because they know I need to breach this because if I don't, I'm never going to be able to get access to them. And so I think that for me, one thing that I'm very intentional with is telling them the lie before the lie is ever presented of, this is what someone that doesn't have.
It's arming your children
because they have children's minds.
And this is where parenting isn't lazy. You can't be lazy. You have to be intentional. It's about arming our children with every defense mechanism. And one of the things we touched on was, yes, we can have all these things in place at home, but what happens when they mix with other children who may have grown up or may be exposed to all kinds of, because we don't know, we can't vouch for the parents of the children that our kids are spending most of their day with. We're talking like 8 hours. Our kids are with other people more than they're with us. So for me, it's always been, you arm them. Arm them with truth, because thinking ahead, what's going to pop up in front of them, what situation are going to pop up in front of them, what happens if somebody of the same sex as you approaches you, what do I arm my kids with so that they can, when I'm absent, protect themselves. Because I remember with Ashley, we were very anti, certain, I don't know if I can say it, to certain book movie thing that was prevalent with children, and he was able to speak up and stand his ground while he was on his own. There was no parent there. There wasn't the time for anyone to be called, but he stood his ground based on the preparation that had already been sown in his heart. So he could remove himself from a situation that was potentially harmful because he was educated in that. And I think that's what's so powerful as parents. At the end of the day, our voice can be louder than every other voice that they're going to encounter out there. And it's how we communicate. For me, I've always believed in, don't just say that's bad. Don't just say, oh, that's wrong, that's naughty. Why is it bad? Why is it wrong? Why is it naughty? When I have the whole reason why this isn't good for me, I can now make it healthier. And that child, I should say, can make a healthier decision to protect themselves if they understand the why, where that's going to lead, you know.
And I think as well, what's good with when you equip your children with things like that, like the other day, Kayla called me, I was at work, Jason was at home, and she said, Mummy, Maya wants to go for a bike ride by herself. So obviously,
you
Kayla's
don't know our family.
Me.
That's everything like that is an absolute shut down. No.
I said, Maya, I will leave where I am just to beat you, and I will come back, and the beating will be on another level because I've left work to come to where you are. I said, sorry. When did this become a thing?
Yeah.
I said,
where are you going?
So I said, so when you get kidnapped on the road and your bike's left to the side, where am I finding you? But the thing is, the point is that she knew it was wrong. That's why she never went.
Yeah.
And she said it to her sister because she knows that someone's gonna check me somewhere or whatever. But the reality is, she's testing the water. The water dried up. There's no water left in the river. But for me, it's like, as a parent, there has to be that thing that's instilled in them that they know. Like, and Kayla's Kayla's the one saying, Maya, do you want to get kidnapped? Do you want something bad to happen to you? And some people will argue and say, oh, but you're instilling fear in them. Fear, yes. Have the fear because, listen, when you are taken and the things that they will do to you, fear is the least of your worries.
But
do you know what I mean?
I think as well, society tells us all fear is wrong.
Yeah,
there is good fear.
Yeah,
there is that fear of that. Remember that book we read years ago, The Gift of Fear. Yeah. Fear is that instinct that tells you don't put yourself in that location.
Your children when they I went yesterday to collect something. And I took Ava into the shop with me, and straight away this guy walked in. So it's like a food shop, and to collect the patties. And we were standing waiting, and this guy walked in, and she literally started. She jumped, and then she started screaming and I was like, whatever you just came in with, she's seen something. And I straight away, because obviously I was waiting for them to bring it out, and I was like, I said to them I'm waiting in the car, I'm not gonna. Yeah, whatever. She literally jumped something. Oh, wow. And I was like, I'm not gonna wait to find out what that is. I'm gonna actually
remove her.
Remove her from that situation. But I think we've also got to listen to our kids. When they actually sometimes we'll push them to a relative and they're literally petrified
and they're pulling back
and they pull back. Don't just ignore that and override that. There's
children are very sensitive. Their little spirits are very sensitive. I've seen where people said to me, oh, the child that came to you, that they never go to anyone. Children they're sensitive to the spirits of people, and like you said, if a child is pulling back or you see them how they do, they squish up on you because that person's making them uncomfortable. There's a reason. Don't just be, oh well, that's just Uncle so and so, or that's just a relative. Just because you know them, you don't know them. We don't actually know what people do behind closed doors. At the end of the day, being related to you doesn't guarantee they're actually safe. And this is why so much abuse happens in family, because we say they're family. So if they're related to me, they must be safe. No, that's not the case. you know. So we need to read those things, and if a child is uncomfortable, pay attention. Pay attention, note it. I
think in everything that we've said, like it starts at home, like, you know, going back to where the conversation
from
started,
educating them
with racism,
being nice people,
and unconscious bias. You know, all of these things are very damaging. You know, at the end of the day, there shouldn't be any culture or any race that our children feel superior to. That's the reality, and it starts with us checking ourselves first. You know, what did our grandparents say in front of us? What did we hear growing up? What have we kind of developed as a unconscious bias in our own societies, in our own minds? Because black people are racist against white people are racist against black people are racist within black people. Do you know what I mean? We're racist against, you know,
anything we don't understand.
Anything that we don't understand. Really, and that's the reality. If you don't understand something, educate yourself. You know, don't just say things flippantly and not think about the consequence of what that's leaving, or the imprint that's leaving. I think that's really kind of the word that we can use for today, the imprint that we're leaving on our society and on our children. And the reality is that there's imprints left on the UK that is from slavery, that is from racism. There is a bias,
from ignorance,
and it will only change when we start educating ourselves and getting ourselves back to a place where kindness is key, compassion, empathy, all of those things. So that's what I would say in my closing. You know, what are we imprinting today from that shopkeeper to the person that you're paying your petrol, to the waitress that is serving you your meal? You know, what imprint am I leaving on someone's day to day? I'm a Christian, so I have this saying, you know, be the Jesus that someone sees today. And I think that, you know, we all leave imprints every single day, and we're in control of what those imprints are. So I would just say to everybody, be very conscious about the imprints.
See people for the fact that they are another human being. We were in a restaurant a couple of days ago with Ashley, my grandson, and there was this man sitting by himself, and he was on the table next to us, and Ashley went to the bathroom, but when he came back, he went and sat down at the guy's table. We're like looking at him thinking, what are you doing? And he goes to the guy, are you okay? And the guy said, yeah, I'm fine. He says, you look sad. And you know, you just went on, you know, Ashley, and he just was showing empathy, and the guy got very emotional, and when the guy got up to leave, he just said to Ashley, thank you for caring, thank you for checking on me. And so many times we don't think about that person, that other person is actually a human being that has feelings. And we live in a society today, and we're so quick to be mean, to be ugly, to want to destroy. Let's get rid of that. Let's change the narrative. Excuse me. Let's change the narrative, and let's learn to be kind to people. Let's model kindness. Let's model compassion to one another. We have no idea what people are going through.
And I think it's really about, I think for me, living a seeded life. Like, so the daily seeds that we plant and that we deposit in our children, in the people around us. Being conscious of the seeds that we're sowing. You know, like, are we sowing seeds of kindness? Are we, because you can sow good seed and you can sow bad seed, you know, and those seeds are very hard to uproot once they go into the heart of somebody. And I think it's just, like you said, it's stopping and actually thinking outside of ourselves. Like, you know, there are so many people that are experiencing hardships, that experience depression, that experience loneliness. Like,
don't know what they're going through.
You don't know. And
you don't want to be the trigger that pushes them over the edge.
We can be so cruel that actually, you know, we don't know, you know, just the same way a kind word can change somebody's day. A negative word can change somebody's day. And I think it's just really thinking about outside of ourselves and not being so self-consumed, and actually, you know, teaching our children that actually there are people, you know, actually in that act, you know, as an adult is great, but that started from somewhere. Taking him to go and feed homeless people, you know, and
he
making
still
him
has
aware,
that compassion to
but
this
making
day.
him aware of actually seeing people that
I
society don't see.
I see you.
I think started from when he was like 2 and 3 years old, you know, where they would kiss his face and things like that, and he felt no way, whereas society would say they're dirty and don't let them touch you. That started from somewhere. That seed went into his heart from a really young age. We're now seeing the manifestation of what that looks like, but that actually we need to be conscious to live a seeded life, that actually what we're putting into our children today we may not necessarily see the harvest of until much older. But actually I'm conscious that actually the seeds that I'm putting in today will reap a harvest, good or bad, in the future to come.
That's a reality.
So
thank you guys.
I think we should go back to those envelopes. I might get them printed for October. We used to have these random acts of kindness, ARC envelopes. And I think that it's good to act as a reminder. And I used to keep them in my bag, and you know, every time you go to get something out of your bag, it was like you saw the envelopes, and you obviously wanted to get rid of them. You wanted to use them, and I think that we need to bring kindness back. And as much as we were laughing about that lady, you know, the Australian lady, the Olympics lady, the reality is she's put out a plea to everybody to just stop. She's, you know, be kind. And I think that, you know, it's listening to that, and it's listening to people and putting that human stamp back on people. Like, know when you're going too far, you know, like, you know, even like celebrities, you know, like with J-Lo and Ben Affleck, it's constantly like they're divorcing. Even if they were, they're probably on now because it's been spoken to existence so much. And I just think, like, if you want one of those random acts of kindness, message us as well, and we'll show you what it looks like. But I think that we need to get back to that, where we get those back in our bags.
Or I love that whole movement of pay it forward, like where you know, if you see somebody at the coffee shop, you pay for their drink, or at the supermarket, you pay for somebody's groceries. You pay it forward, so that you're constantly in a place of giving. You don't know how that small act of kindness can literally transform. You don't know if the person behind you has money. Like I've been in the supermarket before where somebody's like counting their coins, and it's like, you know, they clearly don't have it in abundance, you know, and you don't want to make them feel less than, but actually by me offering, that could literally change their whole week, that could change their whole month. You know, if they can't eat, you know, that could literally transform.
That's what I don't know. I think I shared it with Mom and Dominic the other day, but I don't think you were here. Where like I was in Aldi the other day, and they grabbed this guy, and they're like, "You stolen!" They made such a big deal of it. And you know, they're opening up his rucksack, and obviously all this food comes out, and he's like, I'm just hungry, whatever. And I was like, stop. And they were so enraged that they weren't listening to me, and I was like, stop, like, I'm gonna pay, stop. And then and it was like, took them like about 5 minutes to hear me. I was like, I'm paying. I said, if I'm paying, it's not stealing. And I said, please, someone show me, where do I pay? And they were all like, it's like they caught themselves, and they were like, you're paying? And I said, yes, I'm paying. I said, take his stuff run it through the till, please. And they ran it through the till, and it came to like £15 or something like that. And I said, please, now go give it to him. And then he came back in, and he was just like, thank you, God bless you. The guy's hungry. When did we get to this place? Like, gosh, you're gonna throw half of it away. Like, as the manager, come in and be like, do you know what, we've got all this stuff in the back, we're about to throw it away, have it. Like, do you get what I mean? I just feel like we've gone so far from that.
I think society's just gone hard.
Gosh,
I dread to see what this will look like in 10, 15, 20 years from now, if we carry on, and someone has to make that U-turn and say, I'm going to do different, I'm going to be different, I'm going to start acting contrary to the way the rest of the world is acting, because what kind of society, and that's how I think, what kind of world is my grandchildren going to have to navigate? This is ugly now. What's this going to look like when they're grown? You know, this is going to be an awful place to live, wherever let's make that change. Let's think forward. Let's think about what kind of world are we actually creating for the next generation to grow up in, because this is not good, people. This is not good where we are right now. And someone has to say, you know what, I'm going to put aside my opinions and I'm going to do my best. I'm going to take ownership to change my environment, to change the way I respond to things, to change the way I do things. If each of us took that ownership and that responsibility, we're going to begin to make that shift. Yeah, we can protest about climate change. What can I do? Less pollution, all that stuff. Stop polluting the world that this next generation, because we're polluting that more than we're polluting the air that we breathe. Let's start changing from polluting the world that we live in to making it a cleaner, friendlier environment that our children, future generations, is going to be able to have a chance. Because the way we're going, that it doesn't look good for them.
No.
So thank you, everyone. Some food for thought, some conversation. Have that conversation with your friends in a group, and let's spread this. Until next time.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
like I went into like survival mode because
like, what do you have if anything?
What do you have? Because you haven't worked the whole of your life. 25 years.
He could literally say, "Get out tomorrow."
He could literally say, "Go," and I was like, "Why doesn't he want to marry you?" I think there are
some like common law wife.
You can, but that's not. If he's got the money to take you to court. Or whatever, like you don't have anything, and so I had to stop myself, like Sarah, like just like this is her life, this isn't like one of your docu-series or whatever. But I was like, that's mad. Like, there's so many questions I still have. And I said, you know, have you? What did I say to her? I said, there's something else that you can do where you're not married, a civil relationship. And I was like, at least get something legal, like. Get something legal in place. And she was like, yeah, no, I think I will. But she was so calm about it, like, and you can see where she's obviously thought about it and she's concerned about it. But I think my reaction made her realize this is not okay.
Sometimes that's what you need, though.
And I'm just saying, like, listen, guys, yes, be in love, fall in love, whatever. But I don't think that we should ever lose our heads completely. Like, I think that there should always be something that protects us in a relationship.
Keep your head engaged. I think, and I say this all the time, you know, like women, they meet a guy and then all common sense goes out the window. You know, they stop thinking for themselves because, again, it's that void. It's that desperation. I need to be with somebody. I don't want to be by myself. And that is where a lot of single people, some people are content with themselves, but some people, they just don't want to be by themselves. And for me, I think I'd rather be by myself and be happy and have peace.
Exactly. That's
than to be in a relationship that I'm crying every day. There's turmoil, there's violence, or it's just you're just not happy.
Literally.
What's the point of that?
What's your breaking point?
You know, just spinning off from what Sarah's talking about. I actually read about this a couple the other day, this week gone. And he was a wealthy older guy that this woman married, but he went ahead and he apparently there's a country, I forget the name of the country, you can divorce your spouse without them knowing or being involved. So apparently I think it was like a month after their marriage, because so how she finds out that she was not married to this guy, he divorced her a month after they got married and they were together for 20 odd years. And so she's, whatever has evolved with the marriage, she goes to divorce him. And she finds out she's not married to him at all.
I think I've heard that.
Do you read that?
I think I've heard that, yeah.
So he
annulled it, like... What country is that you don't have to...
There's a country that you don't
have to inform your partner or
something. Oh, really? Let's Google it.
Yeah, like, after the honeymoon, or even before the honeymoon, I think he annulled it.
He annulled it.
Imagine that. And then you're still...
She thinks she's married to him the whole time. So, you know, he's obviously being, he's protecting his assets, I guess. He probably figures somewhere up the road she's going to probably want out. And then she's going to want half of my stuff. So you annulled the marriage from the beginning and just carried on living like they were married. Yeah. It's crazy.
But I think a lot of people, like what Sarah said in that situation, I think you can be in a situation where your partners, you might even bring that up and it's like, what, you think we're going to break up or something, right? Like,
that guilt trip.
It's like, what, you got doubts. And they make you feel like, no. But you're trying to protect yourself, make it feel like you're
make out you're mad or that guilt trip, and you feel like you can't say
no. It's like almost like when you sign a like someone asks you to sign a prenup. Someone might make you feel like, what, you don't think it's going to last or something. You know, but...
See, this is the thing, right, with prenups. My kids are 100% getting a prenup.
Apparently it's not legal in the UK.
Well, they can get married in the country where it is legal. Because I have not bust my behind for the years that I've busted it. For you to marry some foodie man, for him to come along and take everything that I've sacrificed and worked for.
You know, me and your dad used to talk about that, leaving inheritance for our kids. And we used to talk about, what if, because that was, when as a parent, it's like, you don't really want whoever they're married to come in and take all of what you may have saved up and invested if they're married to somebody that's going to leave them anyway. So it's just one of those things that you think about, even as a parent. you're leaving something, but then you have no control over whether they married a good person or they married somebody that's going to use them and take away all what they have.
Yeah, but I think that's why we have to train our kids, especially our daughters, and I've got a son as well.
Absolutely.
To see the signs, and that's really what we're talking about, isn't it? Yeah, like, I want my kids to have their eyes wide open, where they're not going into situations, even friendships, to be honest. Like, I had one friend when I was younger where I caught her going through my underwear drawer.
Oh wow.
That's weird. Like single white female type vibe. You know, she tried to add me on Instagram the other day. I was like, oh, I don't think so.
Oh,
like
wow.
Go through your underwear drawer.
Yeah, I caught her. Like she stayed at my house. I went to get something from downstairs. She didn't hear me coming back.
Hey.
I was like, you know, when you just walk back out of the room, I was like, lock off that friendship.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why didn't you go in and like ask her what you're doing?
I did eventually, but then I was like, no, like,
why are you in my drawer?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Exactly.
You put something in
exactly. It's just weird, and like, she was just strange. And she tried to add me on Instagram. The fact that you found me on Instagram, I'm not easy to find.
But I think it's as important because you got your fourth boy coming, and I think it's just as important to educate boys.
Yeah, of course.
I remember one. I won't, for the sake of identifying, but there was one guy I knew, and he was totally head over heels with this girl, and he was buying her gifts and just spending basically all of his money on her, and he didn't realize she was cheating on him. And when his money dried up, she just left him, and he was absolutely devastated. He was so broken from that.
This might sound bad, right? But I feel like sometimes you need that. Maybe early on in your life, like something where
you need it.
No, just something where it's like reality, like. Sometimes people can, when you're young, love is like, oh, I really like it.
But some guys are soft and they're just nice guys.
Yeah, but that's what, like those guys, you need that because.
Well, then where do you draw the line? Because then obviously, like we're talking about,
But how do you protect your son from being used by a girl like that?
Well,
because it's not just men that
it's not just men that someone can say things women all you want.
Women use men as well nowadays.
Yeah, you can things like that. You can tell your kids about those things, but living real scenarios is the best teacher sometimes, and hopefully, thank God, if it's a situation where they're young and he's buying their shoes or whatever, and it's not in a marriage or something like that. So I feel like it's better to learn those lessons. I think even when I was younger, it's like you realize things like where you think you really like a girl, and then you buy her things and you find out things about her, or you find out how she really is or whatever, and those things give you a bit you wise up a little bit, you protect yourself a little bit more, and you understand, like, you don't go in and just try to give you the world at whatever stage, but it's you have to earn certain things. There's levels to those things.
Don't go crazy.
Yeah, I might buy a little
look
van
for
shoe or
look
something.
for the heart.
Go right straight to
You're just
Vans.
Vans.
One left foot. You get a left foot. Next year, you might get a right foot. You get straight to Louis Vuitton.
You graduate to next year.
I know. It's like, straight to,
Yeah, but it's the thing.
But
it's hard to say, but
that's a great thing to say to your sons.
Yeah.
Don't go straight in at the top.
Yeah, they will know
that
anyway.
And even if she wants Louis Vuitton,
no, but they won't know that unless you tell them that.
I will tell them that.
That's what I'm saying.
And when they want to buy money for a gift, you're not getting no Louis Vuitton money from me.
Yeah.
If you have a job, then you're gonna learn that way.
Yeah.
You go buy that, and then you find out when she gone with Harry down the road.
Yeah.
You're gonna find out eventually. Yeah. But I want you to find out young, not when you're 30-odd and you're in a marriage and you're stuck, and then she's taking your house, she's taking
my
everything.
babies.
Yeah, no sir. Yeah, cool. Mummy have to come deal with them.
But it's like cool, Gabby. But I guess it's life lessons.
Yeah.
And as much as we want to shield our kids from the dangers out there, I think like Sarah's talked about, it's educating.
Yeah.
Educating.
Educating ourselves first of all.
It minimises the impact of the danger, because if we can educate our kids, if we can educate them about red flags, teach them, and I think that's what everyone needs to learn. Talk about them, about flags.
But also, like, I know that with my dad, a lot of things as a girl growing up was passed down to me, so that I still even think about today. So my dad taught me to always look in my rear view mirror.
To all of us.
To not just drive.
Yeah.
But we say that, but a lot of girls listening now, or whatever, women, they've never had a dad.
And he taught you,
so I'm telling you
to put flowers on the dash of your car.
So
don't
do anything
in the car
flowers,
that looks like a
the
girl's
little boxing gloves with the countries. That's what Deesh had when we first met. It's like those things. If I walk past your car, I need to know your reg. If I know you got a white whatever BMW and it's that's 95% chance that your car. Yeah. But even when you're driving home, you feel like someone's following you, divert, go somewhere else and circle back.
But this is all the things that I was taught, that don't make your car identifiable that it's a female, because if someone has wrong intentions and they're in a car park, they're gonna stand by the car that they know it's got girl things that identifying it as a girl. Don't just drive. Like, look in your rear view mirror, like you said, Dom. If you see someone that's suspicious, don't go to your house, don't go to your front door, and phone someone. Make sure that they actually know, and like just little things that will make people like that. That these are things that I was taught as a female. Like, don't go past a van. Like, don't park. That's what it was. Don't park next to a van that you could be grabbed into. Like, all of these things I was taught. And, like my husband says, I'm very protective over my daughters, but for me, I'd rather be overprotective than underprotective.
That's the way you were raised.
That's the way I was raised.
The other thing your dad always said, make sure as soon as you get in the car, lock the door.
Yeah,
before you do anything else,
lock the door. Also, before we get to the car, I was taught, get your keys ready.
Yeah, before.
So many girls get to their car, then they're looking in the bottom of their bag for their keys. I was taught, while you're still in the shop or wherever, get your key out of your bag, have it in your hand, ready to go. Before you get out of your car, wherever you're going, get your key back out of your hand and your phone. Always have your key and your phone in your hand. Until this day, I always have my phone and my keys in my hand. So worst case scenario, if I get taken, if you do whatever, like, first of all, I've got a weapon in my hand because my keys are a weapon. But secondly, like, I can call someone. And also, I didn't realize the other day on your iPhone that you've actually got to program your emergency contacts. So
I was thinking about that last night, actually, and I'm thinking, how do I actually, if I'm in a situation,
to actually activate it?
Yeah.
Every time I've done it, it's by accident. Every time
I know, because you done it. Your phone went off the other day, so I'm phoning your Deesh to say, is Dominic okay?
Like, every time I've done it, I don't know how I done it.
No, but then remember,
do you know how to do it?
No, I don't. But I would even think I need to turn this thing off. But knowing that, as soon as you turn it off, something's gonna happen. You get kidnapped.
So that girl that got taken, I read a story where she got taken from a car park. So she was taken by this guy who sexually assaulted her. He just got out of prison. She went to the chemist. She wasn't feeling well. She went to the chemist. Her boyfriend was sleeping at home, and she had the iPhone alert where you could share your location, and it went through to her boyfriend, and he woke up and saw it, and that's the police tracked her through her phone. And she tricked him by saying he wanted to know where to go, and she said, let me Google it, I'll show you. And because he'd been in prison for so long, he didn't really know how to use iPhones, and she shared her location with her boyfriend and then came back out of it. But if you can set it where either you hold it on your phone, if you've got an iPhone, I don't know about Samsungs or whatever.
Yeah, I know that. That calls emergency services, isn't it?
Yeah, if you tap it 5 times like that, if I do that, it's going to call you lot. And you select,
so
you have to select
what
it.
5 times?
The side button.
I said press the side button 5 times.
Yeah, and hold it, and it will go through to your emergency. But you've got to, what I didn't realise, I always knew that, but what I didn't realise is you've got to program your emergency contacts. So I have every family member as my emergency contact. So I didn't have everyone saved before.
Okay.
So I've literally got like everybody, because you don't answer your phone.
I was the first one. When you went off, I was the first one.
I'm like, I've literally just got every family member, so that one of you's gonna someone's gonna help me.
By the time my mum see you in Belgium.
Yeah. I'm on the ship being paraded around.
You got a whole different ringtone, bro.
Then we're like tapping into our Liam Neeson Mawson's, whatever. But yeah, you literally just like hold it. You select. So if you go into your emergency thing on your phone, you have to select how you activate it.
Okay.
So you select that.
So you've obviously selected something that makes
change it.
So Dominic's one is where I think if you hold it for long, like if you hold it like,
but my one does this if I push it 5 times.
I think
okay.
Yeah.
But that calls emergencies.
So see, look. Okay. So emergency, SOS, medical. So mine's where you hold it twice, and then if I do emergency SOS, it starts calling 121, and it says notify contacts 8, and then you can stop it. So that will notify all my emergency contacts. So stop notifying. Okay. So if you're like being shoved it somewhere, whatever, you can't obviously phone or put your PIN number in or whatever. And look, it's got it here, so you can put in your weight, your height, and then you list all your emergency contacts like that, and then it will send it to all of those people, and it's under your medical ID on your phone. Okay. So everyone should have that.
Yeah, for sure. If you haven't got that, guys, you need to make sure you do that, because I think one of the things that when we're in a situation that is out of your control, you want other people to know what's happening to you.
Of course.
But I think as well, like more than anything, what you should take from this episode is listen to your instincts, because your instinct is there for a reason.
Well, instinct sometimes tells you not to go down a certain
but also
path.
Instinct will sometimes kick in before you even know. So there was one time where I was in Kilburn and I was walking down this really dark road, and literally I heard run. And it felt really silly to just start running, because why am I running? But I just started running. I didn't know why. I just started running. It's only when I started running that I heard the footsteps behind me. Oh, wow. But those few seconds that I'd already started running, it put me in front. Yeah. Mate, after those footsteps, I bolted it. I ended up onto Kilburn High Road. Wow. And then when I got where everyone could see me, I looked back, and this man stopped at the end of the end of it where it stopped being dark, and he turned back. Yeah. Till this day,
but
I'm fine with that. They're not knowing.
But sometimes it's not even someone wanting to physically harm you. Sometimes it's somebody wanting to rob you. I remember we were in Westfield once, and it was really pretty empty. And we were standing looking at watches or something in a shop, in a jeweler's window. And this guy had a massive backpack on, which I guess is gear for cloning you. It was all in there. Okay. But he left all the windows, loads of windows in this shop. And he came and he was just very suspicious the way he was trying to like get close to us. And I say that to say, watch how proximity with people. Because a lot of identity theft or your credit card theft, it happens because they can clone if they get close enough. And we clocked him, and we moved to another window, and he kept following us, and he left all the other, it's just all watches in the windows, and he kept trying to get really close by us, and we figured, with that thing on his back, he's doing something. And even when we walked away and we sat down at this little coffee shop that was in the middle, he came, so I guess he hadn't gathered the information he was trying to get yet. So he came and sat down as well. So we're like, this behavior is really weird. So we got up and we just moved away completely from him. So there's different things that people
also,
do.
Don't be scared to like go live. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Like if I was in a situation and I felt danger, I'd be like, I'm going live on Instagram and you're going live with me. Like we're all going live together.
And I think that's one of the things to identify when somebody's up to something, because before the phones were so popular, I remember being inside a jewelry store, and it was Christmas time. I remember I was looking for Christmas gifts, and I was just browsing in the shop, but it was one of those open jewelers. So there's no doors to it. The whole thing was open, and I'm standing there, and I clocked two guys, and this is why it's so important to be aware of who's coming. And I clocked them out the corner of my eye, and I started monitoring them without looking around at them, them positioning themselves. So I saw one position himself to that side of me, and one positioned himself to that side of me. And so I decided, I turned around and I put my back against the glass and I folded my hands and I clocked both their faces. I wanted them to know, I see you. Yeah. I see you. Yeah. And the moment I did that, they both walked out the shop. So I think they were planning to grab my bag or something, but I averted whatever that plan was because I let them know, I've seen you. And like you say, use your phone.
Well, my financial advisor, I was speaking to him the other day, and he's got like 5 kids. And so he took them to the park to play, and he was playing with his older son just a little bit further away from his younger kids. But he had his hood up, and he said that he said he was playing with his son, but he's constantly watching his other small younger kids. I think one's about Ezra's age, about 4 or 5, and he said he clocks this woman, like this Middle Eastern woman, whatever. She starts walking towards his son. And so he said instinctively he stopped what he was doing and he starts walking towards her, not his son. Yeah. He starts walking towards her. And then she starts talking to his son, and then he starts shouting at her like, excuse me. And then when she clocks that he's there, she starts walking away, but in a completely different direction to the way that she came. And he's walking behind her, filming her and taking pictures of her, going, excuse me, what did you want to say to my son? And she bolted. And he said that his instinct was not to go to his son, but to go to her. Because he's like, his son's fine. She's the danger. Yeah. And it was to go towards the danger. Yeah, but he said that the minute that he took his phone out and started filming her and taking pictures, she was out of there. And like the route he said that she went was very suspicious.
But do you remember when we were at the beach? We were all at the beach one summer, and, you know, it was crowded and the kids were all in different directions. All the kids were there. And I saw this man. He came over to where our family was. Do you remember that? It was a beach. We were at the beach, and he came and he was standing there and he's watching the children. And I clocked him immediately. And so I looked at you and you said, I clocked him too. You saw him. And so we were both keeping an eye on him. I was like ready to floor him because it was just that bustle, because, that moment you could take a child. No one would notice.
Beach, it's like,
it's a
one
beach.
split second you turn.
Yeah. The kids and the kids, you would be for a moment. It's like, where are they? Who are they with? Because your whole family's there, and it's like, who are they with? Yeah. And by the time you've done all of that, there's a car park that was right behind you. And even if they don't, toilets or wherever.
Even that Halle Berry film, what was that one?
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
that one gave me
stress, they said that the number one reason for kidnapping is parents being on their phones. Yeah. So when I'm in the park with the kids,
my phone's in my pocket. I'm not taking my phone.
So when I'm out with the kids and I'm watching the kids, I don't.
Unless I'm taking pictures of them.
Yeah.
I'm not.
But I don't do that because I'm like, you know what? Like, it just takes a moment of me looking down, and I'm telling you now, we need to start looking up. Make 2024 be the year that you look up. Look at your surroundings. Like, listen, while you're always looking down at your phone, you've missed that car that's gone past you 3 times. Well, you've missed that guy that's gone.
They're watching you to see what you're doing. The moment you sit on your phone.
Well, there's times where we're driving the electric, and because it doesn't make any sound, there's somebody crossing, and it's like they get startled and they realise, oh my gosh, there's a car there. I'm in the road.
I remember when Deesh was in America, she went to New York, and I was had the boys. I had this idea to go to the park with all the boys.
It's the worst idea ever.
Literally, I've never been so like
stressed.
Literally, the 3 of them just wanted to go in different directions. Yeah. I'm like, come here. Literally, usually it's quiet, but obviously it's just like the last hot day of the summer, so it's like my eyes are like there, dragging this one here. Mika wants to play football, so I'm kicking the football on his hand towards that one. Because there, it's like,
no, when we take
that's what I did. I was like, this is not relaxing.
This is not fun. They're sitting there with the ice cream, like, we're happy with themselves.
They've had fun, and this is not fun. We're never doing this again.
When we take the grandkids, we always like, we're all going together on this bit.
No, but they don't want to. That's the thing. That's why I don't take my kids to the park, because they go 3 different directions, and when you're by yourself, I'm sorry,
I mean, our park is alright, because it's usually empty, so I don't mind that one. It's like they can. It's a little caged in thing. Yeah. Someone's coming, you'll know. But yeah, when it's busy, boy, and you're by yourself.
Yeah, it's not the one.
Just go home.
So look
harnesses.
up.
Literally, harnesses.
Yeah. So look up.
Yeah.
listen to that Gift of Fear. This book is fantastic. It's Gavin de Becker. I encourage you to purchase it. Have a read. I
recommend it to everybody. It's a really, really good book. And I love this. There's a statement that was made. I think it was on an Oprah show. She said, "No is a complete answer.
A complete sentence.
It's a complete sentence. Learn to when in any situation
Say
that
it one
you
more time. No is a complete sentence.
You don't need to give an explanation for your no. And if a person that you're saying no to doesn't respect that, that is a flight. That is an opportunity for flight.
Well, no, what she was saying is that somebody that doesn't have the right intentions will always dismiss your no. So, for example, that story that I was saying at the beginning where, you know, no, I'm fine. Someone that is of good intention will go, okay, no worries.
They won't try and invade your space.
They won't try and override that
respect your intuition.
They'll respect your intuition. No is a complete sentence. And what she was saying is that anyone that overrides that, so no, I don't want to. Oh no, you do. Go on. No. You're overriding, and like we were even talking about that with kids. Stop making kids override their instincts when they meet that auntie, when they meet that uncle.
And usually you see kids, you know, they don't know, but you see your child suddenly. You never been somewhere where there's people. The child, their instinct is kicking in because you suddenly find that they're edging into you. You see that with kids. That's normally confident, but they suddenly start withdrawing because they're sensing something. And we should take notice of that.
But also culturally, we push kids towards people that, and you know, oh, don't be rude, go say hi, give a cuddle, give a kiss, whatever. And if you think about it, that's where we learn to override the gift of fear. Because we're trained, especially in Black culture, if we're honest, we're trained to override the gift of fear all the time. That uncle that is literally like so slimy.
Like manners over. I know it's bad if they start saying no. You feel away because it represents you.
But why do we feel away? Like they're children. They probably have the most heightened sense of the gift of fear.
It's true
because it's undiluted. It's not got anything clouding it. But
you see it even like from a baby, because when we came in, we had Noah with us. And immediately you saw him, he began to take in, it's like, I don't recognize where I am. This is unfamiliar. And as from a baby, that instinct is there. And you see that with some babies, they will, if someone takes them and we don't actually even think anything of it, that child starts crying. Some kids, you know, you get some parents will say to us, oh, they never go to anyone and they're like fine with you. I think you said that with Maya when we first met Maya, when you brought her over from Australia. You were like, Maya doesn't go to anybody, but then it's like she, you know, you guys said, oh, she loves our family because she didn't cry. But what was she picking up? You know, why she didn't like to go to other people before. So it's not overriding that and just learning to pay attention like that with our kids when we see things, that recognize that they're probably picking up instincts that something's wrong with that person.
It's funny, I literally just got a flashback of remember Pinocchio. That's the way he used to say, let your conscience be your guide.
Let your conscience be your guide. Yeah.
And every time he went against it, he
got in trouble.
And I think that we need to teach our kids that, let your conscience be your guide. Like teach ourselves that, let your conscience be your guide. Like, let's teach our kids also to think. You know, that movie that I said at the beginning, the thing that really stood out to me the most with that movie is she didn't stop thinking. So like when she got to the apartment, she was like, gather information. So she literally like read his fridge, the letters on his fridge. So she found out, she memorized his dentist's phone number, she memorized his doctor's phone number, she even like when she went to the bathroom, he had a brush and it had a woman's hair in it. She memorized the color of the hair. Like she memorized every single thing. She got him to talk about his past, talk about whatever. She was gonna survive this, and I was like, it made me think: have I trained my kids that God forbid if they're ever in a situation like that they will survive?
Then panic.
exactly, and not panic or go into that instinct. And so I think it's so important that we trust that gift of fear and that we lean on it and we rely on it, because yes, fear by itself can be a very negative thing, but we're not talking about the fear where you're scared of the dark or you're scared of like whatever. We're not talking about scared of public speaking or whatever. We're talking about the gift of fear that is an intuition.
Check in your spirit. That's that you feel in your gut.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, it's been good. First episode.
Yeah. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Hope we've given you lots of nuggets.
Yeah. And
to think about and talk about this. Let this conversation carry on with your friends, and you'll find that everybody, I'm sure even as we spoke, you probably had flashbacks of different examples where you had that check and something maybe came out of it. So and
I think that one of the things that I read in this book here is he wrote this book so that we didn't have to become a victim, you know, and so there's certain things that we can avoid by just listening to that inner voice, in that gut intuition, that instinct. So listen to it and put down the phone a little bit and look up and see what's around you.
Especially when you're out.
Yeah.
Especially when you're out. I think discipline yourself to use the phone when you're in an environment that's safe. Yeah. You know, you're home. You're in, you know, if you want to check your messages, wait till you get back in your car, you've locked the doors, etc., and then check your messages. But try and avoid that instinct, you know, where, oh, your phone pings, I've got to check it, or I'm just, sometimes people are not even doing, you know, anything that is that important. Learn to put it away. And when you're out, make sure all your instincts are active and alert, and you're aware of who's around you, the proximity of how close people get to you. Be conscious of that.
But also, if you're on a date, look at the things that are said and also the things that are not said. How does he respond to the waitress? How does he respond to the people around you? Like,
if they sound too good to be true, they
probably are. If they sound too good to be true, they probably are. And girls, don't let yourselves be picked up for a date. Listen,
I know that was an old-fashioned thing back in the day. It was a nice thing. It was like the right thing.
Where you live.
But the times that we're living in today, less is more.
I always had a rule that I would always meet, and I would always meet for lunch. I didn't meet for dinner. Meet for lunch in a public place. Don't do some late, dark. You know, you're meeting at 9 o'clock at night. Like, do a lunch date. Also, lunch, you know, it's not that deep, you know, like you can get out of it. Always have an out as well. Always have a code word that you phone your friend or you text your friend.
That's a really good
I've
one.
always had that. We've always had an out. We'll talk about that next time. We'll save that for next time. Maybe we'll talk about dating nightmares. Do you have a story that you want to share?
I'm sure.
Have you got a first date nightmare story? We'll maybe touch on that next week. First date, what should we call it? First date horror stories. First date horror stories.
First date traumas.
Yeah, first date traumas. We'll talk about that next week, and share yours if you've got any.
Yes.
All right. Well,
see you next time, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for tuning in.
We're on the couch.
Wow, on the couch.
We're on the couch. Wow. So here's the question.
Wow. Sorry, just to get context.
Could you go back?
Are you doing this online?
This is live. Would you? Because you said one thing.
I would say. I would be with you, but I would say we doing it differently. That we would date longer and build certain things. I think. I was 17, really. I mean, a week into your 18th birthday, I wasn't really fully 18.
Jesus' mother was 15.
Oh, wow.
How does it even? You want to go back there?
You know, that's several thousand years ago.
But it's like, I think.
But I would.
Can you imagine me being married at 18?
No, I can't.
Just got my driving license.
That would have been awful.
I would not be married still.
I got my driving license.
Just about good.
I got my driving license.
Dominic was still dragging old girlfriends around by the foot.
17 years and 9 months. So I was already had my license. But now let's stay on this topic because I'm really interested. Because now I'm fighting for people who are getting married young.
Yeah, but I just think, you know what?
But
like
17, 18, they've not, you know, we're talking about the changing times, you know, now college, uni is a priority. That wasn't so much of a priority.
A lot of my friends went uni.
Yeah, there were people doing, but priority back in our day, because like most of our friends got married around the same age as us. So college, especially university, it wasn't something that was a priority back in our day for a lot of people. So the priority more, girls were like, that, leave school, you want to get married.
Yeah,
that was more the mindset. I guess that was what was kind of formed to you. That was a kind of image that you were built with, that girls, when you get married, it wasn't career, that wasn't what was pushed. I think if that was, I would have been a different person or made different choices had I grown up in this culture today. I think for me, I love studying, so that's probably something I would have gone for. But back in our day, it was more married, start a family.
Today, I'll do exactly the same thing again. At 12 years old, I wanted family. I just was too young. I knew I wanted family. I knew I wanted to have a relationship with my children. I want to get married. So I said to you, I can't keep taking you home every night. Let's get married.
I think there's a lot more distractions in this day and age.
Yeah, we didn't have anything
at
like
18,
this.
Like there's so many things even with your blinders on and focus on marriage, and even just getting a house now, it's not even an easy thing. As a 30-year-old that saves, you know what I mean, or a car, and you can't just have 2 kids and be on public transport. And
well, when we got married, property was like £4,000 for a house.
And I think,
but we're earning £10 a week.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I think as well, like life is very expensive, like nowadays, like for anyone, and I just think. Yeah, I'm not saying that if you're like 18 you can never get married and never be happy. Obviously, clearly you can. You two are an example of that. But I just think like for me as a mother, the reason why I said no to Maya is because why make your life so much harder than it needs to be? Like, you've got a home where you have a family that loves you. Like, let me teach you how to start a business. Let me teach you how to be independent. And personally, for me, I think that dating in this day and age is mad. I think that men are weird. Like, I mean, there's a whole lot more on the table. If you think about back in you lot's day, there was no internet, there was no phone, there was none of this stuff. So now, men are not just, some men are into children, animal, dog, cat, goat, whatever, like anything that goes. And
it's a very mixed
women
up
as well.
society.
It's a very mixed up society. So for me, raising a child in that, I want to protect her from that as much as possible. And I'm not saying that she can't meet someone and she can't fall in love, whatever. But personally, I'd rather my daughters learn how to make their own money first, like have an education, like have experiences where you go. Like I moved to South Africa when I was 17.
I'm saying you might want to travel. I mean,
like
it's a different
travel, like go on holidays.
We're traveling now.
No, but some people take a year out and just travel the world. Like,
but I agree with what Sarah's saying, in that context, because I think, in this day and age, I would want, and I'm sure you do for your boys, you'd want them to experience some kind of life and, and just build something. You tell
me we didn't experience life then.
When did we go on our first holiday?
When we can afford it to
Portugal.
We were bored.
That was the first
you were bored. Yeah. I was
but the priority
I think you were about 3.
We struggled. But that's the thing, we struggled financially.
But it's the struggle that makes you value what you have.
But is it necessary?
It's a struggle. No,
is it necessary?
Look at it. 18. After speaking to my parents for 3 hours. And they said, no, you're too young. And I said...
You understand where they were coming from
now? No, because I knew what I wanted. I always knew what I wanted. I knew what I wanted. I knew I was ready for it.
Okay, let me rephrase the question then to you. Okay. Would you have been happy for me to get married at 18?
If you met someone like me, of course.
Dad, no, you wouldn't. There is no way. There is no... You weren't even happy for me to move to South Africa. You turned the car around on the way to the airport and took me back home. And I had to make you... The plane was ready to go up.
Let's go to a strange country.
I was going to South Africa.
What's a strange country, though?
South Africa. You're young. You don't know anything about anything.
Exactly. I was young. I was 19.
No, but you're going to a different country. Now I want
at my age, Mum was getting ready to marry you.
You're talking about marriage.
Yeah,
marriage is
life.
Yeah.
I was going for 2 years.
Yeah, but if you brought a nice guy home and I could see him.
What's a nice guy?
What's
a nice guy in 5 and 10 years?
Okay, let me show what it is. He knows what he wants. He knows what he's doing. He's hardworking.
Okay, so what you know of Maya, my daughter, what you know of her, right? Listen. Okay. Maya May, what you know of Maya, the 11-year-old that is now, are you telling me in 7 years as her granddad?
No.
In 7 years, 7 years, bear in mind that we went through 2023 like this. We're in 2024, right?
Lucas 4.
So Lucas 4, right? So in 7 years, you're telling me that you would be like, yeah, Maya, go marry that guy. He's really nice.
If he meets the right one.
Yeah. Come on.
And he treats her right.
I'll run him. I'm just telling you that right now. He's getting run.
Come back in 5 years. From 18
at 12 years old, at 12 years old.
25 minimum.
At 12 years old, when you pull back my carpet, the whole floor was covered in money.
But from 18 to, say, for example, 25, there was so much growth, change in who you were. That time, from the time you were,
marriage changes you.
Yeah. Life changes you.
It makes you grow.
But the person that we were at 18 isn't the same people we were at 25. You'd experience, X amount of things through life, and I think that's the difference. Because, as their grandmother, I would be. I don't know what I would do with that if she rocked up with some guy. I remember when Sarah, how old were you? She started like, I like this boy. I'm like, whatever, 14. Go back and study your books.
Every West Indian family is like, your book.
Yeah. Go read a book.
But I feel like if certain people don't live certain things or experience certain things in their life, that's when they get that. Especially this generation, I feel like that's when they get their midlife crisis or something.
Yeah.
20 years in marriage.
I never tried that.
I want to go
do
this.
Meltdown and he goes to marry
and it's like, what went wrong? Yeah. And I think it's that where you don't allow each other to live at a certain point. Especially if it may not be how in you lot's era, but now I feel like if you just married, kids, whatever, and your friends have done this, then they get married, they've lived their life and they're fine, happy.
You feel like you missed out.
Like, I'm 40, I'm 50, I haven't done anything, I haven't done, it's going to hit you in a certain time, and then I think you're going to pay for that later. So I think there's a balance to when you get married.
And I think there's something about when your friends are all in the same kind of, like, I think the difference is with when you lot got married is your friends would have been getting married too. So it wasn't abnormal.
They didn't get married.
Well, it wouldn't have been an abnormality. Like in today's day and age, if you're 18 and you got married, that's an exception, not the rule, right? So for me as well, I think what I personally like is, even though marriage is hard and it can take a lot and there's a lot of sacrifice, and I probably would be a millionaire if I didn't have children, the reality is that my friends are all doing it as well. Does that make sense? So they're all having to figure out the school and choose secondary schools for their kids, and it's not like this isolated experience. It's the same struggle. Does that make sense? So
well, that's what we had. That's kind of what we had. It was everyone. That was our norm back then. The norm today is different to the norm we had back in the day. Your friends, even though some of them didn't marry, a lot of them were married, but a lot of them were in relationships, like serious relationships where they were living together and stuff like that. So there was that. We call that
living in sin and shacking up.
But that was the norm that people
were. People do.
People were coupling up, seriously coupling up, whereas at 18, no one's thinking serious coupling up today.
Well, I was one of the first people to get married in my friendship group.
Okay.
And I got married at 30.
Wow.
So it's a completely different.
Has anyone else followed?
Yeah, I went to my friend's wedding last year in Bali, and I think it's when like you've gone on holiday with your friends or whatever, and you've done your stuff, and it's like it just sort of hits you. You're like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm ready to settle down. But I feel like if I got married at 18, I'd probably might have divorced twice by now. But it's like, my mindset was nowhere near ready to even be thinking about that. Let alone, I could barely handle myself and look after someone else or a child.
And that's the thing, like, looking at Maya now and Kayla, like, they're just, it's just ridiculous. Like, they just are not even... There's a lot of training left to go. There's a lot. Like, Maya had an art scholarship thing, and she calls me, and she's like, "Mummy, how quickly can you get here?" "Why, Maya? I left my art folder for the art scholarship that she's going for." Like, and you're telling me this child's going to be ready in 7 years to meet someone? It's not going to happen.
We've got Ashley with us. She's 19.
And my God.
All right, sorry, Ashley, but listen.
Sorry, Ashley, but
sorry,
we love
Ashley.
you, but...
Actually, just now, before we left, I was like, "Granddad, can you fix my briefcase? How do I open this briefcase?" Actually, don't know how to iron shirt good, nothing, let alone look after mine. Sorry, Ashley, I love you, but
She's good. There's this perfume I like, and he tracks it down for me. They don't make it anymore. Well, I think they do, but he tracks it for me. So I said, I send him money, he buys it, and then he comes and he goes, "Can I have this one?" This one of what I'm buying. And I said, "You can buy your own, you know, and you can't like it because I like it." But he just like, he'll go out, leave the windows open.
leave the kid in the door.
Leave the kid in the door, leave the alarm.
Leave his boot open.
Ash's wife and child been kidnapped by now because she didn't leave the front door.
But that's what the argument is, that in schools nowadays they teach you maths, they teach you English, they
don't teach you life.
You know, free sciences, they teach you all of this stuff, but they're not actually teaching life skills.
Yeah.
So what you have is kids that are very intelligent academically, but then they don't know the first thing about changing a tire. They don't know the first thing about organising their finances.
A lot of that stuff was you learned that at home, though. So school was academia, but home was those
No, but
things.
even going back to me, I don't think I'm that old. And I remember very clearly in school being taught cooking, being taught knitting and sewing,
metal craft,
being
woodwork
taught,
classes,
and even things like we got given milk every day.
Yeah.
Now there's so many intolerances that no one does it. But we were like, I remember also being taught how to use cutlery.
Yeah.
I remember that very clearly. And, you know, this was stuff that we were just taught, you know. So I feel like, as well, there is a generation that also is not being taught these basic life skills.
Well, so much has changed, because when you say that, you know, you look at so much has changed, where this culture back then, school, you had to use cutlery because you were served meals, like meals you couldn't eat with your hands. So you had proper home cooked meals for school dinners. It was, you know, your meat pie, gravy, mash. You had to use cutlery. So we learned at home to use our knife and fork. We learned in school. It wasn't chips, fries. It wasn't finger food and pizzas and all that kind of stuff. Whereas today's culture, society today, most people eat with their hand. It's a burger. I watched this documentary a while ago, and this father, he's a chef, but I think he switched roles with the wife. She used to be at home, but she would always give the kids a burger. Everything was burgers. So and when he decided he's going to cook the kids proper home cooked food, and it was something like pasta or something, they didn't know how to use a cutlery because they just had never had to use one. So so you know, that's a really
but
interesting
even like
point.
Something so basic, like I paid for something on my phone for somebody, and they gave me cash, and I paid for something for them. And then there was like a slight difference or whatever, and I had to transfer the change because they gave me cash, but I didn't have any cash on me to give them change, so I had to transfer the change to them. Yeah. And this person's like 16 years old. When you speak to them, very, you know, intelligent, very advanced, I would say, for a 16-year-old. And I said, send me your bank details and I'll forward it to you. They sent me their whole card number.
Help yourself.
And I'm like, that's your card number. They done it 3 times. Oh, wow. I literally had to say, your sort code is 6 digits. Your account number will be 8 digits. And that's when they were able to identify. So for me, I was like, oh wow, it was even like an insight to me that we've got a generation that actually don't even know how to read their
give people their card details.
Give people their sort code and account number. I said, don't do this to anyone else because
they won't say nothing. Okay, the last two at the back.
Yeah, just turn it around. Turn the card around.
You do know that this generation, they're smart phones and all that stuff. They can do all that, but they don't have to build anything.
No.
So like even when we went to Egypt at the pyramids, all the scientists and all these people still can't understand how these people so many thousand years ago built these pyramids where it's sealed and everything. They still don't know how to do it.
Over time we get rid of the fundamentals.
Yeah.
You think you're so knowledgeable that we don't need to teach it, but over time it disappears.
But look at the buildings in London that was built how many years ago? There's drainage and the sewage is not from now, it's from the 18th century that they built that stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of a generation today, they're educated, but it doesn't make you smart.
Yeah.
And what they know.
They're saying today you can't even find people that can actually do like the architecture that they did back in the day. You know, all the buildings now is put up, it's glass and it's all panels, but you know, all the engraving, the stonework and was it masonry work? Carpenters, trying to find actual carpenters. So we've got all the academics, but people have forgotten how to, or they just don't know nowadays how to do.
But we used to have apprenticeships.
They still do.
When you
they still do that, and in school they do like
the work experience.
Yeah, work experience. But I think it's come to a time now where there's such a shift in what people want to do, and there's things you can do in terms of making money. All that manual labor is almost like non-existent. People know how to be electricians, plumbers, builders, but anything else like what you say, carpenters and things like that is hard to come by. And people want to be online, like online jobs, online presences.
Well, that's what's interesting now, isn't it?
Well, that's what makes money right now.
No, but you look at what the direction that this generation's going. Everybody's going online.
But the next generation is
what's that going to look like?
But that's what I'm saying. That those jobs like carpenters are going to be the ones that are going to be making money because people aren't.
There's no one.
There's not going to be anyone to find. So when you do want certain things done, it's going to be like, oh, who do we call for that?
Yeah.
You know, because everyone's online or doing TikToks or whatever they're doing, and it's going to be a completely different time. So you're going to see that at the end of this generation, that it's going to flip on its head.
Did you see the thing on Instagram the other day where it's just like a skit, like, but they pretend to be the parents, and so the girl brings the guy to like meet the mum and dad, and so she's like, how many followers does he have? And she's like,
oh yeah, so
did you see it? And she's like, oh, like 300, and they're like,
parents.
Yeah, what are we going to tell the family? And then he gets up to go to the bathroom, and then they're like, you're bringing shame on us or whatever. And it's basically like, obviously they're trying to like make fun out of the fact that in a few years, like in 40 years from now, you're gonna now be questioning him based on like his social status.
Well, that's what it is in Asia now, you know. I don't know what country is in Asia, but you actually, what jobs you can get, how you earn money is based on your social status.
Wow.
So
do you know what, to be honest, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. I won't say what company I used to work for, but I worked for a company, and actually now that you're saying that, we used to actually go on people's social media as part of their interview, like vetting thing. So if you don't know, companies actually do check out your social media.
You say they have to, because people say some outlandish things get pulled up from 10 years ago. You say something racist or sexist, and
but there was actually a girl that wanted to go into one of the managerial positions, and we went on her social media, but they don't actually just go on your social media, they actually go on anyone that you're kind of connected with as well. And so the things that we would look for is like, are you out partying every minute? Like, what is your, like, if your social media is just full of like you, like, you know, doing shots and doing whatever, we're like, because we know what you're going to be doing. You're going to be rocking in,
drunk,
late, drunk, hungover, whatever. But this girl, it was actually her boyfriend's page of why she didn't get the job. So he had a picture on his profile of literally this animal, like where he'd shot its face off.
Oh wow!
And we were like, well, if you're dating that,
you're okay with that.
Yeah, like it was just weird. And so she got pushed to the bottom of the pile. So, you know, it's also recognizing that social media can also, there's so many relationships that have ended because of social media. Do you know what I mean? I remember even one of my friends was dating someone, and I saw, it was back in the day when there was Facebook, he was tagged into a photo, but the photo he was tagged into, he was like all up on this girl, and I literally just copied it and forwarded it, and so that relationship came. Yeah, because I was like, what are you doing? Like, that's my friend. Like, that's not my friend in the picture. And it turns out he was actually supposed to be somewhere else that day. I think he said he was homesick or something, and he was out in the club.
Like, but I saw a video this week where this guy's trying to talk to this girl in Kenya, and she wouldn't have any of it, and then he goes to, "It's my followers," and she goes, she got all excited because of his followers.
Have you seen that one where they got like the guys who try to talk to a woman on the street?
Oh, and
then they have like a Lamborghini.
Sorry,
where you say you're going? Where do you want to?
Yeah, gold diggers. Yeah, call that one.
Gold
and
diggers. And then when he beats you and leaves you in the
cupboard. Yeah, gold diggers. No, but I think times have changed, and a lot of women are very different now. Men are very different to what they used to be.
But do you think that's a bad thing, or do you think it's a good thing? Was it a necessary thing? Do you think that the times had to change?
Some things are good. It's good to see women doing well. Yeah. It's good to see a woman. I was telling your mum the other day, we got some single ladies where, you know, I said to them, what do you do? And they all got good careers. So what do you drive? One of them drives a Porsche Taycan, a Porsche Macan. The other one's Mercedes. And for me, it's lovely to see women doing well. Don't wait for a man to start living your life. A lot of women, they're sitting there waiting for this guy to come along, and then they start looking at buying a house, and they start looking at getting their driving license. But these women, the way they carry themselves is very nice. I feel sorry for a lot of women now because they're waiting, and there's probably one or two generations, maybe more generations that's never come into existence, because normally it was like we got married, you have children, and that was different. But now you've got men who are not getting married, and you have a group of women in their 40s and 50s and 60s now that never got married. So you have a missing generation, and it's not one missing generation, it's generations, because that generation is missing would have reproduced generation, and it continues. So there's lots of generations missing now.
Do you feel like it's getting longer?
I actually read an article this week where it says that there's a decline in people having children because people more now want to enjoy life. And, I'm sorry,
not from Dominic.
But they said there is a decline because this generation, that's not what they want. They want to enjoy and they want to travel. They want to do things that kids are not going, that kids don't factor into it. But I think what's concerning is that we have a generation today that doesn't know their history. I love history. I love, I was actually watching a documentary about, human zoos in this country back in the day.
I showed that to Mary Kayla the other day.
Yeah, did you watch it?
No, I showed them what they used to do to black people.
Yeah, so I like history, and I think one of the things with this generation, and I think to make sure we don't fall into traps and places that we can't get out of, is to learn to sit down with the older people. And I think young people don't do that anymore. Sit down with, while they're still in your life, you've got, whether it's a grandparent, an elderly relative, or just even if they're not even related to you, but just sit down and talk to them, because there's so much. I always say to him, he's a library, there's so much information there, and every older person there's life experiences that's locked up in that library. And instead of me trying to figure life out, if I talk to somebody, they can give me a nugget that's going to transform my thinking altogether. And I think, that we can bridge that. We can bridge the change and the differences with culture. Yes, there are good things from back in our day that this generation can have. And there are things that older, those of us that are a bit older can learn from the new generation. But I think it's to not forget or not break from that.
I think it's like, if we actually took something from our last generation and put it to what we have in our generation and kept doing that, we'd be a lot more advanced in our human race.
Yeah, but our parents never shared anything.
Yeah, but I asked.
They've never shared. But you couldn't ask them because. Like,
I did. I asked your mum things.
Yeah,
I mean, it shocked her because they're very closed books.
I couldn't ask
she
her those
she
questions.
answered
Whatever
me.
you ask, I couldn't ask her. When I did my mum's funeral, my older sister, who is like she's my half sister, and she would ask after that she said she'd constantly ask them, "Who's my father? Who's my father?" And they wouldn't tell her. The only time she found out was when my mother passed away. We met in St. Vincent. And then my mother's sister told her, your father's actually so-and-so and he died many years ago. Heartbreaking. She never got to know. They could have told her. She could have contacted him, but they wouldn't do it. And it's just this whole thing where I was on...
I think it was associated with shame why they didn't share
I'd done Ancestry.com, and out of that, my father's sister daughter contacted me and said, I'm your first cousin, whatever it is, or second cousin. And she sent me all these photographs of people I never even knew. Yeah. That was I've got a brother, two brothers and sister. I'm the third. My younger brother is the last one. All of them got black curly hair, and I don't. And I'd always sit around the dining table and ask them, I wish I could ask these questions. Why is my hair different to everyone else? But then when they sent me these pictures, I didn't even know I had 4 uncles. And all of them got this black curly hair. I didn't even know my grandmother's name. And she sent me a picture of my grandmother, my uncles, my aunts, like 8 children, I think it was. 4 boys, 4 girls. And no one ever told you anything about them. And I think there's a generation where, like the Jews, they can go back hundreds of years and tell you all their relatives, but the black culture especially.
I think that has to change. I think that has to change because there's, it was from I was able to get in contact with my dad's I think it was like his cousin. Last brother.
Yeah.
And I seized the opportunity when I met him to ask him all the questions because when I asked my dad, it'd be like, I don't remember. Yeah. So I asked my uncle and he was really open with me. I found out the name of my granddad, which is my father's father. I found out his name. I found out what he did for a living. And, I found out so much information, but I think this generation doesn't ask those questions. And I think to bridge that gap, to make sure that we are not losing while they're alive, even if it's not someone you're related to, ask questions, find questions to ask, because there is so much locked up in the older generation that the younger generation can learn from. Don't see it as, they're old and they don't know nothing. They have more wisdom that can save you a lifetime of pain if you'll ask, how did you do that?
And I think as well that it would be nice for this generation to pick up chivalry.
Yeah.
And
what does that look like? Do they even know the meaning of the word?
I don't know the meaning.
Well, chivalry
if I've never shown you anything, how do you know what it is?
Yeah, but I'm saying
people
that
say the word, but what is that?
What is that?
I
what
think
does that look
anything
like?
Can be learned if we want to. Like if you think about it, like women are learning things.
I think you should do chivalry classes.
Well, I think that it's just about like.
They'll say, is that something that makes me get cold?
I think that is very much needed and lacking in this society. And I think I think that there's a lot of good things in the society, but I think that there's a lot of things that we drop that we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something that I would like to see more of.
But you have to have a desire to learn. If you don't have a desire to learn, because I'll be honest with you, my father, what I learned from my father, work hard. I never learned about affection or anything like that. I remember when I was 12 years old and I kissed him goodnight, and he goes, "Boy, you're poof, move from me." And that's like for years. I if I go when I went to church and a guy hugged me, I was like this, like, well, is it poof? Yeah. That seed was sown in your heart. And I would look at other people, but I want to learn. You know what I mean? So I'd watch the way, even when I'd got saved, I'd listen to people who had been in ministry 50 years and 40 years. I'd learn from them, and it's a desire to learn, want to learn. And unfortunately, the generation now, they're so busy on their phones, I don't think they have that desire to learn. I think that's what
the wake-up call is. Life is more than social media. There is a life outside of social media. There is a life outside of painting your face to look like whatever you want to look like. There is an actual life where you have some kind of knowledge. For me, it's, one of the things I think is important is that I have, as a woman as well, that there is some kind of intelligence about you, an intellect, that you know more. You know art, and when I'm talking about intelligence, you know something about art. You know some quality stuff more than how to face contour. But as a woman, most women today, they'll tell you under the table how to contour their face. But can you tell me about art? Do you know anything about art? Do you know anything about poetry? Do you know anything? Do you read any books? It's just building some kind of, because we want to attract a certain type of guy. But for me, I want a man that's intellectual as well. You don't want to just go out with somebody for looks and then he's empty-headed, and because he can have this amazing face and amazing body, but there's nothing up there. There's no common sense.
I think that also starts from us as parents. Those are our parents. I think it starts from us as parents, and I think I'm raising 2 girls and I'm raising a son, and my friend Mampo taught Ezra a word, and she said that you're an abuti, and Ezra said, I'm a booty, and she said, what does that mean? And she said, it means that you're a gentleman. He said, I'm not an abuti. So whenever he's being naughty now, he says, I'm not an abuti. Okay. I said, yes you are, you're my abuti. And I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I think it's also like being intentional with our kids. So for me, like with my daughters and with my son, I take them to the theatre. I take them out for dinner. I have since they were little, But
where did that come from? We took you guys theatres.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So it was about passing it down. But like Dad said, even if you haven't seen it modelled, you can still do it. Where like what you're saying, the reason why my daughters, Kayla would happily be that Instagrammer, empty-headed girl if I left her. Like even this morning, like I'm like, Kayla, come on, we've got to go to school. She's there with her straighteners. Like I'll be there in a minute. Yeah, I bought them straighteners for Christmas because I'm so over them using mine. But like, I have to make sure.
School. I can just see it.
Yeah, like she literally is like there with her hair straighteners. Like I'll be there in a minute, mummy. I'll be there in a minute. And I'm like, if she could, she put her lip gloss on as well. But then for me, I don't mind any of that stuff. It's part of them growing up. But like you said, they also go, we travel with them. We take them to shows. We make sure that they do outside activities, football and piano and drama and all of these different things, so that there's more to them than just this society. And they also have limits on their iPads. They're not just able to sit there all day. We don't put the TV on during the week. They have to sit down, and I've actually said to my husband, we need to be more intentional about actually getting board games out. Like I went to buy board games the other day, couldn't find it in any shop. I had to order it off of Amazon. We don't play board games anymore in this generation. Like, does that make sense? So I think that
the sad thing is a lot of people bring them out at Christmas time, and they enjoy it.
Make it a
they enjoy it, but they don't make it a family thing.
Yeah, and I said to my husband, I want it to be that at least once a week we have a day where we sit down. Everyone, whether it's Uno or whatever, even if it's for half an hour, like we play a game together where everyone's present, all devices are away, and we just do it. And maybe I'm old school, I don't know, but I think that those things are nice.
But those values was transferred. Yeah. And we have it. So what would we say to a generation today that's never seen that modeled, where you guys grew up, where we ate round the table daily as a family, where we did things together as a family, where we would take you to shows or take you on holidays, restaurants, fine dining. We never left you at home. If we were going, it didn't matter what restaurant or hotel, you guys were there. So we were constantly exposing you to things that opened you up. And I remember even when you were, I think it was Dominic, he was 5 years old, in the school he was in, they were going on a ski trip. And I remember you said, you know, oh, he was nervous about his little 5-year-old son, his one son that he'd been believing for, going away on a school trip skiing, because he just started probably imagining something going wrong. And I'm like, no, he needs to be exposed. And I was always somebody that believed in exposing you all to things that opened you up. You know, 5 years old, that's major to get to go on a skiing holiday.
Especially
in another
when you realise Sonny Cher's husband got killed on these clothes.
Do any of you know who that is?
No one knows who that is.
Sonny Cher, you know, that's Sonny Cher.
Husband ran into a tree and got killed. I don't know who Sonny is.
Oh, that was her husband back in the day.
Sonny Garn.
It's that exposure, and you know, if you didn't grow up with that, what would you tell somebody that didn't? How do you glean some of that? How do you find out some of that stuff?
I actually remember that holiday as well.
I think it's desire.
I would say what I would say to the generation that's never seen it is start it. Be the starter. You know,
and start gathering your information.
No, but be the starter. The reality is, like, start with yourself. So, like, take yourself to nice restaurants. Take yourself to theatre shows. Take yourself
to the ballet.
Start creating. Because I didn't wait till I got married to do any of those things. Like, we used to actually, my group of girlfriends, we used to literally have this globe thing, and we'd literally just spin it, and then we'd just put our finger out, and wherever it landed, that's where we went. And I remember we went like to this place called Turin, and we didn't know where we were. And I remember we were in this taxi, and it was one of those ones where the meter keeps going.
Oh dear.
And we were like, all of us were like just whispering to each other because this thing was just going. And we're like, excuse me, like, could you just stop it and just put it as a set price? Because we were going up to some mountain place. And then like we got there and there was like these cabins. But you know what? Those are the things where you just done it, and you know, it's memories and it's experiences. You know, we were like the only black people there, and everyone was staring at us.
I remember when you go to me, oh Dad, I'm just gonna pop over to LA. I'm looking for a wedding dress.
Yeah, man, those are days. Oh my gosh, like I'd have flown to LA to get my hair done. Like I actually was following this lady the other day, and she's based in Atlanta. The way that this woman does hair, I actually was like, back in the day, that's how good my life was. I'd actually flown to Atlanta,
even that,
got her to do my hair just to experience it.
I got that out of my system as well, being able to just, I was still travel if I was single now, but it's like, what's that?
I said to Danny, for Danny's birthday, I said, it was 18th birthday. I said, what do you want for your birthday, Danny? She goes, I just want to pop over to New York with one of my friends.
Yeah.
And that's what they've done.
But you should enjoy your life like that.
Yeah.
You're not going to do that at 16, 17 and then get married at 18. So I feel like that's why you need that little bit of experience.
You know, you
do I don't think 60. It was normal.
You do it at 60.
It's either 18
we're doing it in reverse now. So now the kids are all grown. We're getting to do all the things, the holidays, that's the travel.
You get married young, you can enjoy it younger in your older life. Or you get married late and you get less time in the end, doing it. So it's like you balance it out. But I think it's important to travel and see the world.
Yeah, but remember when we went with you and Kadisha and the kids to Jamaica? That was lovely.
Yeah,
and then we went to Barcelona with you and the kids. That was nice. Yeah. So we are actually benefiting now. So I'm right and you lot are wrong, because 18 was good because we got it all in behind us.
Well, thank God we're able to enjoy those moments now.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of did it the other way around. We got the kids out the way, and then we started building. And it's hard that way. I don't know either way which is easier. I think whichever way you still have that little struggle. Yeah. But for us now, it's great.
I think for me, when you're intentional about creating, you will make it happen. Booking.com is like my friend. Like, I will book things, and then that gives me a focus, and you know, we save, and we plan, and you know, we create holidays, we create memories, all of those things. But I think you have to just start it. Like, even if it's never been modeled to you, even if you've never seen it.
All what we've done throughout our life, we did what we never experienced. You know, so we're talking about those things, but we didn't actually have that model to us. And so, you know, to those that
Granny and Granddad didn't even go out to restaurants.
No, they never went anywhere. I remember asking
Harvester, we took them to Harvester.
That was but back in their day, there was no restaurants. There was no. I remember going to movies as children. There used to be Saturday matinees, but we would go in. They would just send us. They never actually went in with us. So it was a kids thing. But I said to my mum a while back, I'm like, when was the last time you even went to see to a cinema?
Superman, I think they said.
No, was it Superman also? Like, what's that one with Moses, the Ten Commandments? Wow. It's like back in the day. It wasn't something that they done. So everything we did with you guys wasn't anything that was necessarily modeled, but we made a decision, and that's what's so powerful with anyone listening right now, is start where you are, like you said. And just because you may not have had that model, that template, you can still start where you are and make it what your own, make it what you want it to be.
My parents never went to a restaurant, never went to cinema, never went anywhere. And remember, after we met, first I took you to cinema, then I took you to dinner. Remember that? And that was not based on them. That was my heart.
So I think we can basically say times have changed.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah. I think the roles of men and women have definitely changed.
I
don't think that one's better than the other. I think that we can learn from both the good old days and
no, I don't think so.
Well, I think there is a lot that has got lost that we need to pull through. We need to.
But then I think that there are certain things, like Dad said, where women have found themselves. I think women have, found their voices, and they are doing well. So I think that there's certain things. I think though, like going back to what we started with, where in that restaurant, I think like keep it classy, ladies. Like don't ever be that girl. I'd be mortified if that was my friends. I'd have cussed them so bad in the restaurant.
But they had the cheek to record it, thinking they was in the right.
Yeah,
I know. Someone was recording.
It was one of them that was there. It's not like it was someone. Yeah. It was actually one of them thinking
and posted
look at
it.
What this guy's doing.
Posted it on social media.
So that's crazy.
Let's not. That I think is a sad day for society.
Yeah.
When we've got to that point where we feel justified to behave like that.
Yeah.
Woman to woman, that's never okay. Like, it's never okay. If you're going to go out with a guy, you should always have your backup. Even if you think that he's paying or whatever, don't ever put yourself in a situation where you're shaming yourself. Even as a married person, I've already, I'm never going to get to a place where my guard's down to that point where someone can, take everything from me or whatever. And I think in that regard, women have smartened up a little bit.
But the problem is, the way it is now is looking long term is the impact on the next generation. Because if this, remember, like when the one generation is really passionate and then the next one is not as passionate, what you have now is a generation who is having a huge impact on the next generation. If men are not standing up to be men now, when they have children, what do you think their children will be like? And when we grew up, your father, we would obviously got discipline at home. And you go to your aunt's or your uncle's house, and they say, "You want a biscuit?" And you say,
you get a look,
and you get that look, and no, thank you.
Yeah, I done that the other day,
But the look,
a lot of kids,
because
I think I don't eat the biscuit.
But the look,
I was like, no, I
can't. But the look,
we're not
but
there.
The difference is that we were taught discipline. It may seem harsh to us at the time, but it actually has benefited us today. You've got men fathering children who don't know what it is to be a man or even a father. They don't know. You've got women who are giving birth to children. They don't even know what it is to be a mother. They have no idea. And the sad thing is, they don't ask questions. They don't want to go to someone elderly and ask them, how do I do this? How do I do that? Men, young men, they don't ask any questions with Ashley. Because he's staying with us, I go in the bathroom, there's puddles everywhere on the shower. And I said, Ashley, you dry yourself in the shower. Then you put your towel on the mat outside. Then you dry the rest of you. There should be not a drop of water. This week I went in mopping up the water. and it's just even like, remember when he wouldn't wash himself? And I said, Ashley, yeah. Well, it's part of growing up. It's not just him, it's other children as well. But there's a difference with a father. I said, you smell like a ram goat. If I smell you one more time, you and I are going in the shower, start naked, and I will wash you. It was never smelled again. You know what I mean? So it's just having someone in your life. And if you don't have it, look for it. Find you don't have to be so educated to know. You could look at someone's life and say, this person knows, this woman knows what she's doing. This man knows what he's doing. And go around them and ask them. Surround yourself with people. It says, if you walk with wise men, you'll be wise. Get around people who know more than you. If all the people in your circle, you're the most educated, you're the smartest, then you're in trouble.
I think one of the dangers that we have in this generation today is that we don't see what this is going to look like up the road. We've been around long enough to see where people didn't appreciate certain things. Something like how London Transport was, and just different jobs, and we're seeing where over the time where people didn't appreciate things, it's just disappeared.
It's gone.
And machines or something else has taken over, and it just becomes, it's like less and less for humans to do and to have. And it may look like there's still tons of stuff, but we're in a generation where we're almost doing ourselves out of what life can be.
You don't know what the consequences will be. There's a company called British Leyland. They had so many different models of cars up north, and it was every car, British Leyland, Triumph, or British Leyland. So on a night shift, what they did, the factories were so big, they built a wall for themselves, and then they had beds behind there. So the owners didn't even know they had the mini hotel there. And what the workers do, working nights, they go there and sleep, and they didn't produce anything. So now when the work they did wasn't good, so Germany came in. Almost all the car manufacturers in the UK has been sold now, and it's affected them. Now Germany has all the cars, Rolls-Royce, all those have gone to Germany now. Simply because you when you have some, you don't value it. And it's like life. You don't value life. After a while, life will go by, and you realize I've wasted my whole life. So if you're married, value marriage, value your children. Take care of what you've got. So I keep telling Ashley, take care of what you've got.
How has the to flip the topic a little bit? How has the family dynamic changed since you guys came up to now?
It's changed a lot.
Yeah,
it's changed a lot.
You're portrayed on what you see on like TV or around you and things like that.
Well, if you look at some of the cartoons, like Pepper, whatever its name is, they're the parent, and the parents are the children, and they're telling the parents off. It's psychological.
Yeah, I mean that's even in that sense, they're still a family, even though I don't think that's a good show. But even like, what I grew up on, if you remember, My Wife and Kids and stuff, it's like. Even the way he parented and stuff, he done extra things he had Michael Kyle's signature moments where he'd teach them a lesson or and things like that. But they were still a family where, you could still look at them and say, Mum, Dad, the kids under one household. I think now there's shows like, I haven't even seen it, but I think it's called Modern Family, where they show all aspects of different, like two dads and this and that. And I think what's portrayed is, it's a lot different to what we had growing up, and normalizes a lot of other situations.
It continues to change because the family is the pillar of society, and when you mess that up, you mess up generations to come. So things where you'd have a mum, if you want to see what mums used to be like, Google the adverts from the 40s and 50s.
I think though there's a lot of women that I personally would love to know what it is to be a housewife, but I think that
what, from experience? What do you mean?
No, like I would love to be able to, or either be a housewife or have a full-time housekeeper.
But I think it's deemed to be degrading now, though.
No, I don't think it's deemed to be degrading.
To what it was in its full element.
A lot of people think it's degrading.
I don't think it's degrading. I would love to do that, but realistically,
it was always looked down on, like you don't do nothing.
No, but I know already that you
do a million things.
It's a lot of work, and I feel like, for me personally, if I could get that work out of the way before the kids came home, I feel like then you could actually be fully present, because, you know, half the time you're talking to them, but you're putting a load of laundry on, you're making dinner, you're having to like balance. Like, I think the working mum vibe, which I guess we could talk about in another time, you know, where you're constantly, feels like you're just constantly balancing. I think that there's a lot of women, if they could, they would do that, but the reality is that the cost of living is ridiculous.
It's not just that, it's people's expectations are different now. Where it used to be, if you watch them, the housewife would be at home with the apron on and she'd be doing everything ready, the kids come home,
But I like what you said, the expectations are different, it's changed. Now people want a bigger house, so their cost of living has gone up, because
we're stretching ourselves all
whereas
the time.
we grew up, you know, a lot of people our age group, you grew up sharing. You never had the luxury of having your own bedroom. You shared a room, and so your parents would have settled for like a 3-bed house or whatever, depending on how many children they had. Whereas today, and you know, like for the longest time, my dad didn't even have a car. And then when he did, you know, our road, literally, there was no cars on the road. Now, in every household, you've got multiple cars. Everyone, you know, so the people's cost of living is raised. We've raised our standard of how we want to live. So we're living, and the demands to pay for all those things is greater. But if we were to like bring it all down and say, okay, we're happy to have 1 car in the household, that's going to bring everything down. Or we're happy to settle in a 3-bed instead of trying to get into a 5-bed. That's going to bring everything down. So we've kind of created it for ourselves in that we need to work because we've raised our standard of living.
I hear what you're saying, but in the same breath, one salary trying to get a house in this.
Now
so I think that's where, from time the cost of living's gone up, the woman almost has to work and can't be at home unless you're obviously making crazy money.
But back in those days when they bought a house, that was it. They never moved.
Yeah, of course.
They never moved, and they bought that house. They lived there.
That's what I'm saying. Even getting the first house, it's hard now.
Yeah.
If you look at the price of a house compared to the salary, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how they even expect people to.
To the point where some people, their houses, I'm like, how did you get this? Because it's just crazy. Like, I think that there has to be an acknowledgement of, I feel like life is harder. I feel like there's more people in this country now.
There's a lot more.
And I feel like everything costs so much more. Even in comparison, I think even if you took the equivalent of whatever the pound and the exchange, I know that you said like the rent was this and we earned £10. But I think if you were to do the comparison, it's a lot more expensive nowadays. And I think that
I don't know.
I think that there is a combination.
I think it was still
that most
the same.
Women, they
because when
we
were paying £30 a month for rent, and we were struggling with 2 of us working. So your income was, you know, so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if you were to go and do the equivalent and do the comparisons, I think you would still find that today's day and age, they say it, the cost of living is the highest it's ever been in however many years, you know.
So
if you think about how we live our lives, though, think about how we live our lives. Perfume.
We get charged to drive into London.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the thing about it, they tax you on food, they tax you on fuel, they tax you on tax, they tax you on your salary. They tax you for living in the area.
They tax you if you sell a T-shirt online.
Right. They tax you.
Sell on eBay now. They have to pay
they tax you. Really? They tax for everything. Yeah. So the difference is when we grew up, we had.
You get taxed on to buy. You get taxed again.
Wow. When we grew up, we had breakfast, lunch. We came home. You had a sandwich. You had your dinner. There's never snacks. We never knew what snacks was. And Mum would make cakes, and you have a bit of cake.
open that door himself.
But that's how we grew up. So my mother never worked. My father worked. The mortgage, she handled the money. He would come home and give her his paycheck. He used to get paid in cash, and he would give her this paycheck, the salary. She would manage all the money and everything else. We never went without. But there was never like, she would bake the cake, she'd make the ice cream, and she'd do everything at home. She'd bake everything. That's the housewife, right? And she baked. Last night you made bread, right?
I made bread, homemade bread, and butter,
and cake,
butter and cake,
and butter. You made butter. Ashley's like, where's this butter? Ashley's like,
raisins and nuts.
Ashley's
that's the bread.
Ashley
but the cake
said,
I made it for my mum's birthday today.
He cut the bread. Ashley, I watched him. He was not minimizing the cut. He cut a big piece, and then he says, "Oh, you shouldn't have butter. You don't have butter. Butter clogs the arteries." I said, "Actually, that's why I've not had butter for years." Then she says, "I've made my own butter."
So he goes,
he takes it out and he's slapping the butter on the
like
bread.
Cheese.
But that for me was how I grew up. My mother made everything. She would do the bread. She would do the sandwiches. She'd do it all. So when you talk about housewife, she didn't work. But boy, when my father come home, everything was done. I never see him pick up a vacuum. I never see him anything.
But they did that on one income. I mean, the house that you grew up in was
a big
small
house. It was a very big house.
It was a massive house, but they managed to do that on one income, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we had to do the chores.
But they didn't have a car or
no, they never
like
had
that,
a car.
But they did that with one income.
They couldn't afford a car. But we'd have to polish the lino. We didn't have carpet. We had to polish the lino. We have to clean. I'd get in the bath with my mother.
But those are some of the values, you know, when we talk about the difference as well. I think today's kids lock themselves in their room. They're on their phone. They're on their, you know, their laptops or whatever. Whereas we didn't have that luxury, and you guys were brought up to do chores.
Cartoons were Christmas, not every day. It was Christmas time. All the cartoons came out. You didn't get cartoons, and it's black and white. But my mother would be in the bath with her where she's washing all the sheets. We'd wring them out and go and hang them out together. How to iron my clothes. I didn't even ask anyone to iron my clothes. She taught me how to do that. How to clean and everything like that. I got that from my mother. So there's values they instill in you that, again, the children don't have today. And
I think, I mean, from what you're saying, and it goes back to, you know, because my mum would make me go in the kitchen even though I hated it at the time. You know, as a teenager, it's the last place you want to be, helping fix dinner. But those were things as much as we didn't appreciate them, it was that time. It was a time that, yes, he was wringing clothes, but he was with his mom. So there was things he was picking up. There were things that, there were things that, there are things that I did with my mom, and you can never get those back. And I didn't value it, you know, as most kids don't. You don't value it at the time. But looking back now, I'm glad, because, you know, save me burning down my house now. I burnt down their house at the time. But it's just... those differences, I think, is to find a way, in everyone's individual lives, find a way to bridge that gap and to bring some of that into the present.
My advice to everybody is, if you don't have a role model as a mother or father, find one. Find somebody who is doing it well. Get around them and find out how they do it. Learn from them. You may not have had the upbringing, but, you know, find somebody who you could see that the fruit, their children are grown up, their children are doing well. And
shift the focus, you know, don't let your focus be on wealth. You know, you have today, people do want to glean. They glean from people who they think is going to make them wealthy or think that's going to make them successful. And we throw out all the other stuff, but there's more to wealth and success. Of course, so it's finding the right...
They find out that after they've reached success, and they realize there's a certain emptiness that they, you know, things that they don't, the values they don't have and things they don't have in place. But I feel like in this time where the responsibilities are sort of shared, like where husbands might do same things that wives do, cooking, cleaning, and do their part. Was that the same as when you guys were our age married? was dad cooking and cleaning?
No. Well, that wasn't
the kids and...
Yes, absolutely. Cooking wasn't his forte, which was fine. So that wasn't his forte. I remember one time him making me, I don't know if I told you. I wasn't feeling well, and he decided to make. Recent? No. This was years ago. I don't even think you were born, but he made me soup. It was chicken soup. No. It was meant to be chicken casserole. Okay. It was like boiled to death. The chicken was so stringy, and everything. It was just like one big mush. And I remember him like so proud of himself, and I can't remember if I scraped it into the plant or something, but it was like
therapy session for you guys.
This is like a counselling session. I feel like I shouldn't be here. That's like, okay, that was actually my proudest, most fondest moment.
But it was just, that wasn't his thing. So we supported each other in things. I knew that wasn't his thing, so I had no problem. I like cooking, so that was I didn't demand that of him. I didn't demand him being in the kitchen with me. But when it came to raising you guys, he was very hands-on. Always hands-on. And again, we did what was the strength. Like when it was getting you guys ready, I would do all the hair because I know he can't do hair. So he would do the washing, the helping you guys get dressed, doing the breakfast, making sure you lot ate your breakfast. So we worked as a team, and that was how we functioned. You got 4 young children, so we worked very much as a team. We knew what each of us were doing, so there was never any what are you going to do this morning? We knew every week, we knew what we were going to do. He got on with his, I got on with mine, and we were out the door on time without any stress or anything.
But was you working then as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So how was it with your parents in terms of when you was a child, was they doing the same thing as well?
Yeah, they both worked. I saw that. Okay, yeah. So my parents were very much like that. Okay. So that's what I saw modelled. Yeah. So even my dad liked to cook as well. Yeah. So he would be in the kitchen with my mum most of the time. So they would do things together. And but there were certain things that was what my dad did, and certain things was what my mum did. But they very much worked as a team when it came to raising us. So that's what we saw modelled before us, and I think it's the same thing.
What about in the last few years?
What do you mean?
Like cooking.
Cooking.
How about last year?
Last year.
How about last year?
He's not good.
He wants to say something now.
He hasn't got over me chucking his soup away. Yeah, he has. He has.
We need to continue a therapy session.
But he has.
We've done an hour slot for you. Like, we'll just step aside.
We've done culinary classes together. But yeah, last year May I had some surgery on my feet, and he was amazing. Yes, you took care of me, made sure
that poisson,
I ate.
Baby chicken.
Yeah, do a poisson for her.
What did you make?
I've done different things. Can you remember?
Can you remember?
No, because for me it's so simple. I don't.
He doesn't cook much, so you must remember.
No, I've done it for 6 months. 6 months.
Yeah,
6 months.
He did.
Must be a couple of dishes you remember.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You want to hear that, right, Dad?
I can't remember what they were. I think I did steak.
Yeah, he did different things.
Yeah.
Wow, steak and
other things.
Yeah, he did things that he can make a meal. I mean, he's not like what I do. I mean, I can do, but the basic stuff. He like chicken, roast chicken, the steak, different things like that. Sandwiches, soups. He makes all of that.
It's the effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the effort and the love behind it.
Yeah, I'm conscious with that as well with the boys. Yeah. When I'm cooking, I might have just music on and stuff, just so they're dancing and they see the presence of me doing that, of cooking, and so those things are in their minds, and when they're older,
those are the image you instill.
Yeah, you can't teach that with words. What they see, they learn more from what they see than what you say.
Yeah, of course.
And that's lodged because that's a video recording that's lodged in the back of their mind, and without even realizing it, they'll find themselves doing what they saw Dad do.
But one of the things, Saturdays, they get their pancakes and eggs in the morning.
Which we always had breakfast together.
Yeah, exactly. And I got that from Mum. Because Saturdays, we always, Mum call you down.
I didn't need to call you, like, the door smell would go under your door.
Bacon. Bacon.
I used to say to your dad, watch this. Watch them all.
Open the doors.
I'd start cooking breakfast, and then I'd see you all one by one coming down the stairs, following your noses.
But I think one of the important things is you teach children early is the cost of consequence. When you do wrong, there's a cost. There's a consequence. And I saw your mum just playing with a case the other day and says, bring the wooden spoon. You go, no. So there's that fear of consequence, you know, and I think
which
that's
is a good thing.
Every child needs to have that if you do wrong,
that
was early stage. If you do wrong, there's consequences, and as you grow, you learn that if you do wrong, there is consequences to it. Because he was like, no.
Well, I guess it's that whole balance that we had. It wasn't unbalanced because, you know, the world isn't going to think your kid is cute. When they're grown and they're doing things that the world doesn't like, they're going to be dealt with. They're not going to, like, we may leave our kids and not correct them or discipline them when they do something bad, but the world isn't going to do that. So you have to, those are things that you train from the home that, yes, you misbehave here, there's consequences, because if I didn't put the boundaries there, when you go out there, you think you can take stuff that don't belong to you, you can do things that's wrong, and nothing's going to happen to you. Of course things are going to happen to you. It's all part of the training.
Do you think this generation has grasped parenting? Do you think they've grasped that?
A key thing as a father in being parent is the balance of disciplinary and the play with a child. So when I get home, it's always like, daddy at the door, and I give them that play time. I always morning I play with them, but if you do something or you hurt your brothers or anything like that, they know the consequences of that. So I think that I'm never too hard where they fear me all the time, but I never play too much where they think it's a joke. So it's that balance of
invisible boundaries.
Well, I think that as well there's people that believe that if I discipline, like I read something somewhere that said the person that made up gentle parenting has never parented. And I think that, you know, there's this illusion as well. I think that we're also very much in a society where, you know, like I heard, you know, you're supposed to ask your child if you can change their nappy first and get their permission, and if they act like they don't, if they act like they don't want it,
so much foolishness.
So there's a lot of nonsense.
So much nonsense.
And as being married to someone that is not, as being married to somebody that's not of the same upbringing or race or culture,
that can affect things as well.
That's been interesting, because my husband's culture is very free. Let's put it that way. And they grow up very free. But as a result, they don't know discipline in a lot of regards. And so my husband now, I've seen him change, because it's easy to say all these things, or, you know, you mustn't shout, you mustn't smack, you mustn't do all this stuff, until you have children and then they don't listen to you. And so I think that there's definitely, I think what Dominic's saying is definitely correct. Listen, play with your children, do all of that, but then also know that there's a place where they know that there's consequence, but then at the same time, my children know there's consequence, but then they also know that no one will fight for them, no one will ride for them like I will. And so I think it's just all about that discipline, because obviously, you know, there is that place where you've got to put some kind of discipline in, otherwise they're not going to know the boundary.
Well, they started this thing in the 60s where you're not supposed to discipline your children like that. So the lady who started it, where they do go to the naughty corner and all that stuff, and her child, she said it's wrong to smack your children, it's wrong to do that. And when she went to tell her children off, the child off in the cot, the child spat in her face. And I think she realized that she got it wrong. So today, parenting is very different. And then you've got the other extreme where, like, especially in the black cultures where, well, I guess both cultures, where they actually abuse the children. where.
Well, there's a huge difference between discipline and abuse. Like, I'm never gonna do anything to my children from a place of response. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, there's.
But a lot of people do.
But that's damaging. You know, like, I think that it's about, you know, what you're doing is wrong, and that needs to be corrected. Not who you are is wrong.
But that's what that's how you were raised.
Yeah. And I think that with my kids as well, I think you've got to also give them a chance to be children. You know, like them running around screaming, jumping on each other.
How many parents have that mindset? How many parents have that mindset of separating the act from who the person of that child is? This is how you were raised, because that was always explained to you. This is, you know, you're not a bad child, but what you did, the deed. So there was that explanation. Whereas most people today, unless they've been raised with that knowledge, do not know how to separate the deed from the person. So that the person is punished rather than the deed. Does that make sense? So, you know, you have a group of people that's raising children, but they're punishing you instead of the deed you done. So people growing up with that confusion.
A lot of us are doing a disservice to our children because, you know, to be honest, the reason why they're not likable as people is because we don't make them likable. You know, we don't correct. Like I said to Kayla the other day, I love you so much, but I don't like you right now. You're actually becoming unlikable. Stop with the sass, stop with the attitude. I don't like who you're being right now. She's like, oh, Mummy, that's like the meanest thing you could say. I said, it's the truth. Because if I don't tell you the truth, I'm not going to let you become this brat of a person that no one wants to be around. Listen, my love for you will never change, but my like of you can. And I want to enjoy being around you still. Therefore, get rid of the attitude. It's not cute, you know. And I think that as parents, like, we do our children a disservice because we explain away bad behavior and nonsense behavior. And I remember even Danny done that with Ashley. There was a season with Ashley where he was just not a nice person. You know, and I think as I know, Ashley's like, why? He's gonna be like, why? But
he's saying that to be an amazing boy now.
Ashley's honestly like one of my favorite people
amazing
on earth.
Human being.
But the point is that everyone, all of us have opportunities where we're not nice. And I think as parents, it's our job to be like, call that out.
Well, I think if my parents had corrected me that way, because we didn't learn that from them. They disciplined you, and what you did wrong was you, so you were given called names,
and it reminded you every 2 weeks.
Yeah, so it was like I was called, you know, I remember my dad would resort to calling me names. So the labeling of what you did wrong was all mixed up with you. But I think I would have responded better. And I would have probably been more convicted if they'd separated, but they didn't know. But if they had that's what they were taught. They didn't know to do that. But if they'd separated and said to me, "You're such a good child, but what you did was wrong," I would have had something to think about then. I would have been able to see myself, there's this positive painted, but then this act I've done was wrong. I would have been able to process that a lot better than it all being mixed up with my identity. So you grew up with that, as you know, like you were saying it, you were told you were wicked. Instead of the deed you were doing, it wasn't you that were wicked, it was the deed. Stop the deed. Stop the bad deeds. Instead of labeling it and mixing it up as one.
Caribbeans, their communication skills as well.
Yeah.
But what I've always tried to do is everything with the kids, making an event. You know, like dropping Dominic to school would stop at this place every morning. He'd have his egg sandwich and what drink was it?
It started showing.
No, it wasn't the sandwich.
No, it
was when I picked him up from school.
No,
it was when I picked him up from school. There's a little sweet shop by school,
and I told him
he'd go to the sweet
like
shop.
A chipmunk, and then
he would go to the sweet shop.
There was one week. I don't know where you were, but I had to pick him up from school, and we stopped at that same shop. And I remember I'd get a packet of crisps when I went in with Dominic. I'd get a packet of crisps and a picnic.
You were getting chunky too, you know.
I was like, a week, I was like, oh my God. I put on so much weight with one packet of crisps and a picnic.
No, you Turkish delight.
It was a Turkish delight. And I was like, I'm stopping this right now.
What do you want, Mum? Just give me a little this and this and this. And then,
it's like that.
As you come out of school, turn right. It's just on the left hand corner there.
The school there.
He went in there every day. And on the way to, I remember one time when do you remember we were on the motorway and it closed? I had a convertible Mercedes then.
You actually need to, sorry. He needs to thank me for that.
It was so sunny. And we just put the roof down, switched it in and off, and went to sleep on the motorway. 4 hours, suntan when we woke up.
What are the cars we're driving past?
There's traffic.
The traffic standstill. Exactly. It was like 4 hours you had to wait while they cleared the motorway. But it's just everything you do. It's like with the boys now, when I take them out, like a toy store, wherever, it's just like,
it's an
let's
event,
go.
Isn't it?
You make it like everything.
We're intentional.
Even when they come round, it's Granddad's house. Even Case today going nursery. I want to go Granddad's house.
Yeah, it's just like an event.
Going nursery today, but it's like that's got that will always remember that that memory.
Oh, it'll be worse after this year. With their playground area.
Summertime is even going to be worse.
Just leave them with you. That's fine.
But what I'm saying is, you teach discipline, but you teach them fun as well. You teach them family. Like there's a guy in church. He didn't have a father. He just grew up with his mother. And when he's getting married, I said to him, this is what I want you to do. I want you to write your own story. I said, for us, what we did, we took the good out of both sides of our family and we integrated it into our life. So what we do now is we wrote our own story. So our birthdays is celebrated different to most people. Christmas time, I says, so he says every week now, every Friday night, he gets his popcorn, him and his children, and the two children, him and his wife and the children snuggle up on the chair and they watch their cartoons with popcorn and stuff. That's their story. And with the boys, what we do, the kids now, I always put them a blanket when they're watching their cartoons, cover them with a blanket and give them something to their food or whatever they want. And now they just, can I have a blanket, please? So they're growing up to snuggle. Ezra comes out, he goes, cuddle, 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 and he hugs, he squeezes me so tight. And then they come under the cover, they snuggle under the cover. When you lot were growing up, it'll be Tammy Girl, and what's the other ones? I forget their name.
That's all good now.
Kuka and Morgan, he'll be going there every day, going out to dinners together. And it's not always the discipline. Sometimes you show them what a family should look like.
Like their family.
Yeah, want to be a family. I think that's a lot of the problems now, where a lot of people don't know what is or what they saw of a family. They don't want to have a family. But when you see it as a good thing, where it's a really nice thing, people always making comments about all your children, when you see them, all of them, you can imagine 9 children under 5 years old, right? And there's 7 of them under 5 years old. 7. It's like if you watch the Lion Pride,
there will be 9.
I like wildlife, and I watch these lions. And you see where 6 brothers, they grew up together. 6 brothers, when they walk down the road, everything runs for their life. And here we are, 7 boys, and they don't even call themselves cousins. They say we're brother cousins. This is in their head already, we're brother cousins. So they're so close already. And so I think a lot of people probably don't want a family because it's what they saw as a family. It traumatized them. When you grow up in an environment where it's so nice, like someone says, I heard someone says, our family's fake. No family could be that close. And I'm saying, you have no idea how close they really are. It's not even what you see. It's a lot closer than that inside. And because now what everyone saw as a family, everyone wants to be a family, wants to have a family. And I think if you grow up with trauma, with arguments and fighting, one of the worst things is if you have someone parenting and has no idea what they're doing, they'll damage the children more than do anything else. So when you grow up, and I say, if you don't have anyone to teach you, find somebody that knows what they're doing, because it will help you. It really help you if you grow up with someone who knows what a parent who knows what they're doing. They know how to discipline, but they know how to love. They know how to encourage. They know how to push you. All of you were pushed to do better. You didn't have a choice to take your driving test. Everyone had to take it. And then you had to learn to drive on your own. Remember, we take you on the motorway after you learned, we got your lesson. Now, this is not what you had. You forget all that. That's not how you drive. No one could drive like that. Normally, then we drive behind you, teach you check if anyone's following you. Don't go down dead-end roads. Don't go down country roads. Stay on the main roads. Call 999. If someone's behind you, go around the roundabout twice. If they're still behind you, call the police. And all these little things that make you confident. And that was the whole idea, raising a generation that know who they are and they're confident to be able to step out. I don't see any of you scared to go in any restaurant or go in any plane or any hotel, because you were raised that way. And that's the way we should raise our children, to be confident people.
I think that's a good way to end.
Yeah, really? Good place.
Thank you guys for listening to another episode of Related. And we'll see you next time.